the hour when the world becomes still. Welcome, dear one. You did not arrive here by accident. Something within you has been quietly insisting that life contains more good than you have yet permitted yourself to receive, more peace than you have experienced, more freedom than present conditions suggest, more abundance than the visible figures in your bank account could ever measure. Perhaps you have worked faithfully and still feel that prosperity remains one step beyond your reach. Perhaps money enters your life but never seems to remain. Perhaps you have repeated encouraging words during the day, only to discover that an older voice returns at night, the voice that whispers that there will never be enough, that opportunity belongs to other people, or that your circumstances are too firmly established to change. But tonight, you are not here to struggle with that voice. You are here to become still enough to hear a deeper one. There is a part of you beneath fear, beneath memory, beneath appearances, that has never forgotten its connection with divine intelligence. That part does not believe in scarcity. It does not tremble before unpaid bills, or surrender its peace to temporary conditions. It knows that the visible world is continually being shaped by invisible causes: thought, expectation, faith, conviction, gratitude, and the words you repeatedly accept as true. This meditation centers on the quiet hours of the night, particularly the symbolic hour of 3 in the morning. It is not presented as superstition, nor as a magical formula that forces life to obey personal desire. It is an invitation to use the profound stillness of the night as a doorway into prayer, renewed consciousness, and an awakened expectation of good. At this hour, the world around you may be unusually quiet. Daily demands have loosened their hold. The conversations, messages, responsibilities, comparisons, and distractions that fill the waking day have temporarily withdrawn. And in that quiet, a simple word of faith may enter more deeply. Tonight, you do not need to force yourself to remain awake. You do not need to memorize every sentence. You do not need to make anything happen. Let the body rest. Let the conscious mind soften. Let these words fall gently into the deeper places within you, like seeds entering rich and receptive soil. In time, you may hear a quiet invitation to awaken just enough to speak a short declaration. If you naturally surface from sleep, you may whisper it softly and then return to rest. If you remain asleep, there is no failure. This is not a test, and peace is never gained through strain. The essential practice is not the exact minute shown on a clock. The essential practice is the state of receptivity, the moment when fear is quiet enough for faith to be heard. Before you drift more deeply, make an inward decision. Tonight, I release the belief that I must struggle for every good thing. Tonight, I become receptive to divine order. Tonight, I allow peace to replace pressure. Tonight, I speak a new word over my life. Now settle into your resting place. Allow your head to become heavy upon the pillow. Let your shoulders fall away from your ears. Release your jaw. Soften your hands. There is nothing you must grip, defend, solve, or carry during this hour. Let the bed support your body completely. Let divine love support your life completely. You have carried enough for one day. You may put it down now. Breathe in gently, and as you breathe out, imagine the accumulated tension of the day leaving you. The unfinished conversations, the financial calculations, the questions about tomorrow, all of them may wait outside this sacred moment. Breathe in peace. Breathe out effort. Breathe in trust. Breathe out control. You are entering the silence in which a new inner pattern can begin. The subconscious mind receives what is impressed upon it consistently and emotionally. It does not merely respond to the words spoken once without conviction. It responds to the ideas you repeatedly entertain, the pictures you inwardly rehearse, and the emotional conclusions you accept as truth. If you repeatedly say, "There is never enough," the deeper mind begins to organize perception around insufficiency. It notices every closed door and overlooks the open window. It expects disappointment and may unknowingly guide your actions toward the very condition you fear. But when you begin to impress a new conviction upon the mind calmly, consistently, and without desperate force, you change the inner direction from which your choices arise. You begin to notice what fear once concealed. You hear the useful idea. You make the timely call. You recognize the opportunity. You stop rejecting help merely because it arrives through an unfamiliar channel. Your word does not replace right action. Your word prepares consciousness for right action. This is one of the most practical dimensions of spiritual law. A changed inner state allows you to see, choose, and act differently. Divine guidance may come as an intuition, a conversation, an unexpected invitation, a new idea, or a quiet certainty concerning the next step. You do not have to determine the entire road tonight. You need only become willing to receive the next instruction. Say quietly within yourself, I am guided by divine intelligence. My mind is peaceful and receptive. The right way is revealed to me. Divine order now governs my financial life. I welcome honest, harmonious, and abundant good. Let these declarations rest within you. Do not argue with them. Do not ask how they will become visible. The anxious mind demands a complete map before taking one step, but faith is willing to move when only the next step has been illuminated. The seed does not demand to see the tree before entering the soil. It rests in darkness, trusting the law within it. Tonight, you are planting a new seed. Your word is not a plea. There is an important difference between speaking from fear and speaking from faith. Fear says, please let something happen because I do not know what else to do. Faith says, the right provision already exists, and I am now being led to it. Fear begs from a consciousness of separation. It imagines that good is distant, reluctant, and available only to the fortunate. Faith recognizes connection. It knows that divine intelligence is not absent from your difficulty. The answer may not yet be visible, but the wisdom that reveals the answer is present now. This does not mean that every desire must appear exactly as imagined. Spiritual authority is not an attempt to dominate other people or command one particular outcome. It is the willingness to claim the essence of your good while allowing infinite intelligence to choose the channel. You may believe that your prosperity must arrive through a particular promotion, yet another position may be waiting that offers greater compensation, healthier conditions, and room to grow. You may believe relief must come from one specific person, yet provision may arrive through a refund, a corrected payment, an overlooked benefit, a profitable idea, a new customer, or an opportunity you could not have arranged by force. Do not worship the channel. Remain loyal to the source. A river can reach the sea by turns the human eye could never predict. In the same way, your good may travel through circumstances that initially appear unrelated to your request. Your responsibility is to speak the word of faith, listen for guidance, and take the action that peace reveals. This is not passive wishing. It is spiritual cooperation. You align your thoughts with provision. You release resentment toward money. You stop condemning those who prosper. You become willing to manage what you receive wisely. You follow intuition when it directs you toward a conversation, application, correction, negotiation, or new undertaking. Right consciousness and right action belong together. Say inwardly, my good comes from the divine source. No person can withhold what divine order has appointed for me. The perfect channels are now opening. I recognize them clearly and act with wisdom. What belongs in my life reaches me in a peaceful and honorable way. Notice the calm authority of these words. They do not threaten. They do not plead. They do not attempt to take from anyone else. Divine abundance is not theft. Your increase does not require another person's deprivation. True prosperity blesses everyone it touches. It enables you to meet obligations, care for your family, support meaningful work, rest when rest is needed, and become a generous presence in the lives of others. There is enough divine intelligence to guide every soul. There is enough creativity to produce new value. There are channels of supply that have not yet entered your awareness. There are ideas you have not yet considered, and connections you have not yet made. Therefore, do not imprison your future inside the limits of what you can currently see. The visible condition is a report of what has been. It is not a final decree concerning what must be. Your bank balance may describe this particular day, but it cannot define the entire movement of your life. A debt may be real, but it is not your identity. A delayed opportunity may be disappointing, but it is not proof of permanent rejection. A financial mistake may require correction, but it does not remove your right to begin again with wisdom. You are not the difficulty through which you are passing. You are the consciousness capable of learning, choosing, speaking, and cooperating with a new order. There may have been a time when you spoke carelessly about your circumstances. Money always disappears. I can never get ahead. Nothing works for me. People like me do not become prosperous. I will always be in debt. Perhaps these sentences were spoken so often that they began to feel like objective facts. Yet repetition does not turn fear into divine truth. It merely makes fear familiar. Tonight, familiarity loses its authority. You are choosing another vocabulary. Instead of saying, "Money always disappears," declare, "I manage my resources with wisdom, and increasing good remains with me." Instead of saying, "I can never get ahead," declare, "Divine intelligence reveals the next profitable and harmonious step." Instead of saying, "Nothing works for me," declare, "Everything that belongs in my life is now moving into right order." Instead of saying, "I will always be in debt," declare, "Every obligation is met under grace, and I move steadily into freedom." Speak without strain. A seed does not shout in order to grow. It responds quietly to the law placed within it. Your words are seeds. Choose them with reverence. The story beneath the struggle. Many people sincerely desire prosperity while secretly judging it. They affirm abundance in the morning and condemn wealthy people in the afternoon. They ask for financial increase while believing that money corrupts everyone who possesses it. They long for freedom, yet associate struggle with goodness and exhaustion with virtue. The subconscious mind notices this contradiction. It hears the desire for wealth, but it also hears the judgment attached to wealth. And because it seeks consistency, it may keep prosperity at a distance to protect you from becoming what you have condemned. You cannot peacefully receive what you secretly resent. So ask yourself gently, what do I truly believe about people who have money? Do I assume they must be greedy? Do I believe their success deprives someone else? Do I think suffering makes a person more spiritual? Was I taught that wanting comfort is selfish? Do I feel guilty when life becomes easier? There is no need for shame. You may have inherited these ideas before you were old enough to question them. They may have been spoken by loving people who were repeating their own fear. But an inherited belief does not have to become a permanent law. You can bless prosperity wherever you see it. You can celebrate honorable success. You can decide that money in wise and generous hands becomes an instrument of good. Money can provide food, education, shelter, medicine, art, time, safety, opportunity, and relief. It can support work that heals, teaches, protects, and inspires. Money itself is not the spiritual problem. The consciousness directing it determines its use. You do not need to choose between goodness and abundance. You may be both spiritually grounded and financially free. You may serve others without abandoning yourself. You may give from overflow instead of attempting to give from depletion. Imagine a lamp trying to illuminate an entire room while refusing the oil that allows it to burn. There is no virtue in extinguishing your own light. Receive so that you may radiate. Rest so that you may serve with strength. Prosper so that generosity may pass through you without fear. Say now, I release every belief that condemns honorable prosperity. I bless the good of others, and I welcome my own. Wealth in my hands becomes wisdom, freedom, and blessing. I receive without guilt, and I give without fear. Divine abundance circulates through my life in perfect order. Let those words reach the hidden places. Perhaps part of you still says, But am I worthy? You are worthy of divine love because you exist. You do not earn sunlight by being flawless. A flower does not submit evidence of merit before it opens. Life gives because giving is its nature. This does not mean avoiding responsibility. On the contrary, accepting your worth enables you to act more responsibly. When shame no longer consumes your energy, you can look honestly at your finances, correct mistakes, ask for guidance, set wise boundaries, and make practical decisions without condemning yourself. Worthiness is not permission to remain careless. It is freedom from the belief that one mistake must become a life sentence. You may begin again. You may learn what you were never taught. You may become a peaceful steward of greater good. You may receive a new idea tonight that becomes meaningful action tomorrow. The way is not closed. The way is being revealed. A simple night practice. As you move deeper into rest, remember that the power of this practice does not lie in anxiety over an exact time. If waking at 3 disrupts your health or sleep, use the quiet moment before sleep or immediately after waking. The sacred element is not compulsion. It is calm receptivity. If you naturally awaken during the night, remain relaxed. Do not reach immediately for your phone. Do not open your financial accounts. Do not invite the world's noise into the silence. Take one gentle breath and remember that you are supported by a wisdom greater than fear. Then whisper, "Divine order now governs my life. My supply is abundant, constant, and wisely directed. The perfect channels are open. I receive with gratitude and act with wisdom. Thank you. It is done under grace." Speak the words once or 3 times if that feels natural. Then, release them. Do not begin mentally arguing about how the answer will come. Do not convert a sacred declaration into a midnight planning meeting. Return to sleep. Allow the statement to remain undisturbed within you. In the morning, pay attention. Guidance is often quiet. It may appear as an impulse to review a document, contact someone, complete an application, organize your accounts, change a price, revisit an abandoned idea, or decline an arrangement that drains your resources. Spiritual practice does not excuse you from action. It releases you from frantic action so that right action can become clear. There is a great difference between movement produced by panic and movement directed by wisdom. Panic scatters. Guidance gathers. Panic says, "Do everything immediately." Guidance says, "This is the next step." Panic makes you chase every channel. Guidance helps you recognize the right one. When an idea arrives with quiet clarity, honor it. Write it down. Consider it carefully. Take the first reasonable step. Faith opens the way, but you must be willing to walk when the way appears. For the next 21 nights, you may use the same declaration. Consistency matters because the deeper mind is transformed through steady impressions, not through constant changes made by impatience. Do not demand evidence every morning. Do not uproot the seed to determine whether it has begun to grow. Continue with peace. Meanwhile, bring your daytime language into harmony with your nighttime declaration. If you speak abundance at night but rehearse disaster throughout the day, you divide your inner direction. When fear rises, do not pretend that practical difficulties do not exist. Acknowledge the condition without surrendering your identity to it. You may say, "This condition is temporary. Divine wisdom is showing me what to do. I refuse to crown fear as my authority. I am guided, supported, and capable of right action. The answer exists, and I am becoming receptive to it." Then do what can be done today. Make the call. Create the plan. Ask the question. Correct the error. Seek qualified advice when it is needed. Send the application. Complete the work, and after taking the right step, release the outcome from your anxious grip. You are not required to carry tomorrow before it arrives. Tonight, your work is to rest in a new conviction. I am not abandoned. I am not separated from my good. I am not condemned to repeat the past. Divine intelligence is active within me. Divine order is active around me. The way is being made clear. Let your breathing become slow and effortless. Let the words move beneath conscious thought. You are safe in this moment. You are held by life. You are learning to speak as one who trusts, to listen as one who is guided, and to act as one who expects good. Tonight, the old language of limitation grows quiet. A new word has been planted, and the word is peace. The word is provision. The word is freedom. The word is divine order. Rest now. Nothing must be forced. The unseen work has begun. The silence that receives your word. There is a quality of silence found in the deepest hours of the night that is unlike ordinary silence. The silence of the afternoon still carries the activity of the world. Even when the room is quiet, you can feel the movement of schedules, obligations, conversations, and expectations. Evening silence often contains the echoes of everything that happened during the day. But the silence of the early morning feels different. It is deep, spacious, and almost untouched. The world has temporarily loosened its grip. The questions that appeared urgent only hours ago become less commanding. The boundaries between conscious effort and inward knowing become softer. In that silence, a whispered declaration can feel more powerful than 100 anxious statements made during the day. Not because the universe becomes more generous at a particular minute, but because you become more receptive. The resistance within you has grown quiet. The inner critic is no longer standing guard over every possibility. You are not immediately comparing your declaration with yesterday's evidence. You are simply speaking into stillness. Imagine dropping a small stone into a perfectly calm lake. The stone is small, but the ripples travel outward in widening circles because the surface offers no confusion. Now imagine dropping that same stone into violent water. The stone is no less real, but its ripples disappear among countless competing waves. During the busiest hours of your day, your affirmations may be competing with dozens of contrary thoughts. How will I pay this? What if nothing changes? What if I fail again? What will people think? What if there is not enough time? What if I have already missed my opportunity? But in the quiet of the night, one clear sentence can enter the mind without having to fight its way through all that noise. This is why simplicity matters. You do not need 50 different declarations. You do not need to speak rapidly or force yourself into an artificial emotion. Choose one truth that represents the spiritual direction you wish to establish. You might say, "My financial life is now under divine order," or "I am open and receptive to my divinely appointed prosperity," or "Every obligation is met, every right door is opened, and I give thanks." Then stop. Let silence complete the statement. Many people weaken their word by speaking faith for 10 seconds and then spending 10 minutes explaining why it cannot work. They plant a seed and immediately dig it up with doubt. When you have spoken, rest. Your silence after the declaration is part of the practice. It is the sign that you trust what has been planted. You do not need to persuade divine intelligence. You are training yourself to become receptive to the order that is already seeking expression through your life. If the mind begins to chatter, do not fight it. Resistance gives unwanted thoughts more importance. Simply notice, there is the old fear. There is the familiar calculation. There is yesterday's story trying to repeat itself. Then, return gently to your chosen word. Divine order is established. My supply comes through perfect channels. I am peaceful, guided, and provided for. The mind may wander again. Bring it back without frustration. Spiritual mastery is not achieved through violence against yourself. It grows through gentle, consistent redirection. Each time you return from fear to faith, you strengthen a new inner path. Each time you refuse to repeat a sentence of defeat, you withdraw energy from the old pattern. Each time you give thanks, before visible evidence appears, you announce that appearances are no longer your only authority. Gratitude is especially important here. True gratitude is not denial. It does not ask you to pretend that an unpaid bill is already paid when it is not. It invites you to be grateful for the intelligence, strength, opportunities, and right relationships through which the solution can emerge. You may say, "I give thanks," that the answer is being revealed. I give thanks for the wisdom to recognize it. I give thanks for every visible and invisible form of support. I give thanks that I am no longer facing this situation with the same consciousness that created or prolonged it. Gratitude moves attention from absence to expectancy, and expectancy opens the eyes. You cannot receive what you continually reject. Now we come to one of the most important lessons in the entire practice. You may ask for abundance sincerely and still resist receiving it. This resistance often hides beneath respectable language. You may say that you do not care about money, when in truth, you fear disappointment. You may say that wanting more is selfish, when in truth you are afraid of being judged. You may insist that you prefer to do everything alone, when in truth receiving help makes you feel vulnerable. But life gives through channels. A gift may arrive through another person. A new income may arrive through work you once considered too small. Guidance may come through someone younger than you, someone outside your usual circle, or someone whose personality you do not particularly admire. If you reject the channel because it does not match your picture, you may mistakenly conclude that your prayer has not been answered. The answer may already be standing at the door, wearing unfamiliar clothing. A woman once prayed repeatedly for financial relief. She believed that relief had to come through a large, dramatic opportunity, a better position, an inheritance, or an extraordinary windfall. Meanwhile, a friend suggested that she begin teaching a small weekly class based on a skill she had practiced for years. She dismissed the idea. "It is too small," she said. "That could never change my life." The suggestion returned several times, through several people, but she continued to ignore it because it did not look important enough. Finally, after months of frustration, she agreed to teach the class. 6 people attended the first week, 10 came the second. Those students recommended her to others, and within a year, the small class had developed into a thriving and deeply fulfilling source of income. The channel had been open long before she entered it. Her prayer was not unanswered. Her expectation was too narrow. Divine intelligence frequently begins with something that appears modest: a conversation, a name, a borrowed room, a simple service, a small decision made consistently. Do not despise the beginning because it is not yet the harvest. The oak enters the world as an acorn. The river begins as a spring. A prosperous enterprise may begin as an idea written on a scrap of paper in the middle of the night. Be willing to receive the first form of your good. This does not mean accepting exploitation, dishonesty, or work that violates your values. Divine order never requires you to abandon wisdom or dignity. It means becoming flexible about the form through which honorable good may appear. Say quietly, "I release every narrow demand concerning how my good must come. I welcome divine supply through expected and unexpected channels. I recognize the right opportunity when it appears. I am willing to begin where guidance leads me." Every small right action is blessed and multiplied. Now ask yourself, if the answer came in a form different from the one I imagined, would I recognize it? If an opportunity required learning something new, would I receive it? If provision came through cooperation, could I release the need to do everything alone? If I were asked to value my work more highly, would I have the courage to do it? These are not questions of pressure. They are doors of awareness. Prosperity asks for receptivity, but it also asks for participation. When the door opens, you must be willing to walk through it. The release of resentment. There is another form of resistance that quietly affects financial experience: resentment. Resentment binds your attention to the person or condition you blame. It tells the subconscious that your well-being is controlled by someone outside you. Perhaps an employer failed to recognize your contribution. Perhaps a business partner treated you unfairly. Perhaps someone owed you money and did not repay it. Perhaps you watched another person receive the opportunity you believed should have been yours. The pain may be understandable, The injustice may be real. Forgiveness does not mean calling harmful behavior acceptable, nor does it mean remaining in an unsafe or dishonest arrangement. Forgiveness means refusing to let another person's conduct become the permanent ruler of your inner world. As long as you rehearse the injury, you continue to give it creative attention. You cannot move freely toward a new door while mentally standing before an old one, demanding that it reopen. Release does not excuse the past. It liberates the future. You may still take practical action. You may establish boundaries, seek repayment, consult an advisor, end a partnership, or refuse further mistreatment. But you can do these things without allowing resentment to poison your consciousness. Sigh. I release every person and condition from the burden of my resentment. I reclaim my peace, my power, and my attention. What was taken from me returns in a right and harmonious form. No injustice can prevent the good appointed for my life. Divine justice now restores perfect balance. Notice that you are not commanding punishment. You are asking for balance. You do not need to know whether restoration comes through repayment, a new opportunity, inner freedom, or a form of blessing greater than what was lost. Leave the method to divine intelligence. A person may keep what belongs to you temporarily, but they cannot imprison the inexhaustible source from which all good proceeds. If one channel closes, another can open. If one agreement fails, a better arrangement can emerge. If one person refuses to recognize your value, life contains other people who will. Do not make an idol of the closed door. Bless it, release it, and turn toward the open way. There was once a man who had spent years building a business with a partner. When the business became profitable, the partner forced him out through a legal technicality. The man became consumed with anger. Every conversation returned to the betrayal. Every new idea was compared with what had been lost. He prayed for prosperity, but inwardly he was still asking the past to change. One night, exhausted by his own bitterness, he made a different declaration. I release this battle from my heart. What is truly mine cannot be lost. Divine order restores me through channels no person can obstruct. He still pursued the legal steps available to him, but he stopped making revenge the center of his life. Within weeks, his creative energy returned. He saw an opportunity in a related field that he had previously overlooked. Using everything he had learned from the first business, he developed a new service with better protections and clearer agreements. The second company eventually became more successful than the first. His prosperity did not come from defeating the person who had wronged him. It came when he stopped allowing that person to control the direction of his thought. What appears to be an ending may be a redirection. What appears to be loss may force you to discover an ability that comfort had kept hidden. Do not glorify suffering, but do not assume suffering has the final word. Divine intelligence can use even a broken road to lead you toward a better destination. Tonight, let the old grievance become lighter. You do not have to carry it into tomorrow. You may say, I bless the past and release it. I take its wisdom and surrender its pain. My good is not behind me. My good is before me, around me, and within me now. The law of non-resistance. Many people believe that strength means pushing harder. When a door remains closed, they knock more violently. When an answer is delayed, they become more anxious. When money feels scarce, they tighten their thoughts until every decision is filled with fear. But spiritual strength is not strain. There is a time for persistence, yet persistence guided by faith feels different from effort driven by panic. Faithful persistence is steady. It does not exhaust itself trying to force one particular result. It continues the right action while remaining open to a better direction. Non-resistance does not mean doing nothing. It means ceasing to fight reality inside your mind long enough to receive guidance about what to do next. Suppose a plan fails. Resistance says, this should not have happened. Everything is ruined. I have lost my only chance. Non-resistance says, this result is not what I expected, but divine intelligence is still present. Show me what this experience reveals and where I am to move now. One response imprisons you in the event. The other transforms the event into information. When you stop fighting what has already happened, energy becomes available for what can happen next. Perhaps you were rejected from a position. The rejection may redirect you toward work better suited to your gifts. Perhaps a sale fell through. The delay may prevent an unwise agreement or lead you to a more favorable buyer. Perhaps a source of income ended. The ending may compel you to develop a capacity that creates greater independence. You cannot always see the purpose while standing in the middle of the change, but you can choose not to call the change a disaster before its meaning has been revealed. This is spiritual poise. It is the ability to say, "I do not yet understand this, but I refuse to fear it." Divine order is active even here. Nothing can remove me from the presence of guidance. I am being led toward my right place. When you speak this way, you stop handing permanent authority to temporary appearances. You become like water. Water does not argue with the stone. It moves around it, over it, or through it. Given time, water reshapes the landscape precisely because it does not waste its force in rigid opposition. Let your faith become fluid. If one road closes, ask to see another. If one method fails, remain faithful to the goal, but flexible about the method. If circumstances change, allow wisdom to update your plan. There is no defeat in being redirected. Sometimes redirection is the answer. The story of Thomas and the unexpected channel. Consider a man named Thomas. Thomas had taught in the same school district for many years. He loved his students, but his financial life had become a source of constant pressure. Credit card balances grew faster than he could reduce them. Rent, insurance, transportation, and ordinary expenses consumed nearly every paycheck. He watched younger colleagues purchase homes and plan vacations, while he calculated whether he could postpone one payment long enough to meet another. The deepest pain was not merely the lack of money, it was the shame. Thomas believed that at his age he should have accomplished more. He felt embarrassed whenever friends discussed investments or retirement. He began avoiding social occasions because he feared spending money and feared being asked questions about his life. At night, he lay awake reviewing numbers he had already reviewed 100 times. No new answer came from the calculation. Yet he repeated it because worry gave him the illusion that he was doing something. One evening, he heard about the practice of speaking a short declaration during the quiet hours of the night. He was skeptical. He did not believe that repeating a sentence would magically erase his obligations. And in that, he was correct. Words without a change of consciousness and responsible action are not a substitute for life. But he recognized that his existing thoughts were producing nothing except exhaustion. So he decided to experiment not with magic, but with a new inner direction. Before sleep, he wrote a declaration. "I am divinely guided into financial freedom. Money comes to me through honest and unexpected channels. I use it wisely, and I give thanks." When he awakened during the night, he whispered it. The first few nights, the words felt empty. His mind immediately answered, "You are not financially free. Nothing unexpected is coming. You are simply a tired man speaking into a dark room." But Thomas continued. He did not force belief. He simply refused to abandon the new sentence. After several nights, something began to change, not in his bank account, but in his emotional reaction. He could speak the words without the same inner argument. The declaration began to feel less like a claim about present appearances and more like a direction he had chosen. Then an unexpected letter arrived from the district office. A review had uncovered an old payroll discrepancy. Several teachers had been underpaid during a previous contract adjustment, and Thomas was among them. The correction was enough to eliminate his highest interest debt and create a small emergency reserve. The money did not fall from the sky. It came through an ordinary administrative channel. Yet it was a channel Thomas had not known existed and could not have arranged himself. More importantly, he did not return to his old consciousness after receiving it. He created a repayment plan for the remaining balances. He studied his spending without shame. He accepted tutoring work offered by a former student's family. He began treating every dollar as a servant of order rather than evidence of fear. Over time, his financial world changed. The declaration had not relieved him of responsibility. It had helped restore the peace from which responsible action became possible. Thomas learned that a word of faith is not merely a request for money. It is a decision concerning the person you are becoming. He was becoming someone who expected solutions, someone who recognized opportunities, someone who no longer used shame as a financial strategy, someone who understood that provision could arrive through many channels. His new declaration became, "I am a wise and peaceful steward of abundant good. Every dollar in my care is directed by divine intelligence. My income increases, my obligations decrease, and my peace remains." You may use these words tonight. Let them become more than pleasant sentences. Let them become instructions to your consciousness. Release the need to control the how. One of the greatest obstacles to manifestation is attachment to a single method. You may know exactly what you want, and clarity is valuable. But when clarity becomes rigidity, it creates resistance. You may say, "The money must come from this client. The promotion must come from this company. This person must help me. The house must sell by this exact date. The answer must look exactly as I imagined." Then, when that one channel appears closed, you conclude that all supply is closed. But the source is greater than any channel. The ocean is not diminished because one pipe is blocked. Divine intelligence is not confused when your preferred plan fails. It does not stand helplessly before the circumstance and wonder what to do next. It sees pathways you cannot yet see. Your task is to claim the quality of your good clearly and release the details into greater wisdom. Instead of demanding one particular job, declare, "I am now established in work that uses my gifts, blesses others, and compensates me abundantly." Instead of trying to control one particular person, declare, "The right people are drawn into harmonious cooperation with me." Instead of insisting that money arrive through one source, declare, "My supply comes through perfect channels under divine order." This does not weaken intention. It removes limitation from intention. A man named Paul believed that his only path to prosperity was a promotion at his current company. He worked late, accepted every additional task, and tried constantly to gain his manager's approval. Twice, the promotion went to someone else. Paul felt humiliated. He believed years of effort had been wasted, yet beneath his disappointment was an assumption he had never questioned. This company was the only place capable of rewarding him. He began a nightly practice of declaring, "I am richly and fairly compensated for the value I provide. My perfect place is revealed, and I am guided to it now." At first, he continued imagining the same promotion. Gradually, however, he released the picture and became more interested in the feeling of right work, respect, creativity, stability, and generous compensation. Soon afterward, a recruiter contacted him about a position he had never considered. The new role offered better pay, a healthier environment, and responsibilities that suited his abilities far more naturally. Paul realized that he had spent years knocking on a door that was too small for him. The apparent rejection had not denied his good. It had prevented him from settling for less than the right expression of it. Ask yourself now, am I insisting that my answer come through one narrow doorway? Am I confusing a person, company, or opportunity with the source itself? Would I recognize a better answer if it required releasing my original plan? Then declare, "I release every limited picture of how my good must appear. Divine intelligence knows the perfect way. I welcome the answer that blesses everyone concerned. What is right for me cannot pass me by. What passes me by was not the final form of my good. The perfect opportunity recognizes me, and I recognize it." Rest in that freedom. You do not have to arrange the entire universe. You have only to remain clear, receptive, and willing to act when the next right step appears. Worthiness and the capacity to receive. There are people who can speak affirmations of abundance for years while maintaining an invisible ceiling within themselves. They may consciously desire greater income, but deep within they believe, "People like me do not become wealthy. I have made too many mistakes. I am not educated enough. I am too old. I am too young. I am not special. If I receive more than my family, they will reject me. If I become successful, I will lose myself. Such beliefs rarely announce themselves openly. They hide beneath procrastination, undercharging, avoidance, unnecessary sacrifice, and discomfort whenever a genuine opportunity appears. A person may pray for increase and then refuse to name a fair price. They may ask for support and reject every offer of help. They may desire meaningful work but continually postpone showing their abilities to the world. This is not because they are lazy or incapable. It may be because receiving more would challenge an old identity. If you have spent years calling yourself the one who struggles, prosperity can feel strangely unfamiliar. The known hardship may seem safer than an unknown freedom. Tonight, you may begin releasing that identity. You are not required to remain loyal to a smaller version of yourself simply because you have known it for a long time. You may grow without betraying your past. You may prosper without abandoning the people you love. You may become visible without becoming arrogant. You may receive more while remaining kind, humble, and generous. Sigh, I am willing to receive more good than I have received before. I am safe in prosperity. I remain loving, wise, and grounded as my life expands. I release every false ceiling. I accept the divine capacity placed within me. Worthiness does not mean that every impulse must be satisfied. It means you no longer believe that suffering is the price of belonging. You do not need to exhaust yourself to prove that you are good. You do not need to remain poor to prove that you are spiritual. You do not need to reject assistance to prove that you are strong. You do not need to hide your gifts to make others comfortable. Your true prosperity does not separate you from goodness. It gives goodness more room to operate through you. A woman named Grace had devoted her life to helping others. She worked in a demanding field, accepted too much responsibility, and earned far less than the value she provided. She told herself that service required sacrifice. Whenever she considered asking for better compensation, guilt arose. There were people with greater needs, she reasoned. How could she think about her own comfort when others were suffering? But Grace was becoming depleted. Her exhaustion made her less patient, less creative, and less able to serve the very people she cared about. Eventually, she saw the contradiction. She had confused depletion with devotion. She began declaring, "I serve from overflow, not exhaustion. My work is valued, my needs are met, and my prosperity blesses others." As this belief settled within her, Grace began making different choices. She applied to an organization that offered better resources and fairer compensation. Later, she created an additional service based on her experience. Her income increased, but so did her ability to help. She gave more generously. She rested without guilt. She became more effective because survival no longer consumed all her attention. Grace learned that receiving can be an act of service. An empty vessel cannot pour. Let yourself be filled. Abundance must circulate. True prosperity moves. It comes to you, passes through you, and continues outward in forms of value, generosity, service, beauty, and wise exchange. Fear attempts to freeze the flow. It says, hold everything, never give, never spend, never trust. There will not be more. Carelessness creates another imbalance. It allows resources to escape without thought, structure, or purpose. Neither hoarding nor waste expresses divine order. Wise circulation stands between them. You receive gratefully. You save wisely. You spend consciously. You give joyfully. You invest thoughtfully. You allow money to serve life rather than allowing fear of money to govern life. Even a small amount can be placed under divine order. Do not wait until you possess great wealth before becoming a good steward. The habits you establish with what you have prepare you for what you are asking to receive. If you receive 10 and waste 10, receiving 100 will not create peace. If you receive 10 and direct it wisely, you begin developing the consciousness capable of managing more. This does not mean becoming rigid or fearful with every purchase. Money is not meant to become another instrument of self-punishment. Let your decisions arise from clarity. Does this choice support my peace? Does it honor my priorities? Is it inspired, necessary, generous, or genuinely joyful? Or am I spending to escape an emotion, impress another person, or temporarily silence insecurity? Compassionate honesty creates freedom. You may look at your habits without condemnation. You may change them without declaring war against yourself. Sigh. Every resource entrusted to me is blessed. I direct money with wisdom and peace. I save without fear, spend without guilt, and give without anxiety. My prosperity circulates in ways that bless me and others. I am prepared to receive, manage, and multiply greater good. Generosity also belongs within this flow, but generosity must come from guidance, not from guilt. Giving beyond your capacity to gain approval is not spiritual abundance. It is another form of fear. Give what feels right. Give with freedom. Give where your heart is genuinely moved. Sometimes the gift is money. Sometimes it is time, attention, knowledge, encouragement, or an opportunity extended to another person. The amount is less important than the consciousness accompanying it. A small gift given with love may carry greater spiritual richness than a large gift offered resentfully. When you give, do not immediately calculate what must return to you. That turns generosity into a transaction. Give because you choose to participate in circulation. Then remain receptive, knowing that life has countless ways to replenish what is wisely shared. You are not giving to purchase divine favor. You are giving because abundance is moving through you. The gestation period of your good. Every seed has a period during which its development is invisible. You place it in the earth, cover it, water it, and for a time nothing appears to happen. If you judge only by the surface, you might conclude that the seed has failed. But beneath the soil, the shell is softening. Roots are forming. Life is organizing itself in darkness. The absence of visible evidence is not always the absence of progress. The same principle applies to inner transformation. You may repeat your declaration for several nights and see no immediate change in circumstances, yet your reactions may already be shifting. You may feel less panic when looking at your accounts. You may become willing to answer a message you had avoided. You may notice an idea that fear previously concealed. You may sleep more peacefully. You may begin treating yourself as capable rather than defeated. Do not dismiss these changes because they are not yet money. They are the roots from which visible prosperity may grow. A changed result often requires a changed decision, and a changed decision frequently begins with a changed inner state. Be patient with the process. Patience does not mean passivity. Continue taking responsible action. Continue listening. Continue correcting what needs correction. But do not demand that the seed become a tree overnight. A woman named Janet practiced her nightly declaration for many weeks without seeing the dramatic breakthrough she expected. She became discouraged. Each morning, she searched for evidence. Each evening, she measured the practice against what had not yet happened. The constant checking produced tension, and tension made it difficult for her to recognize subtle guidance. Eventually, Janet changed her approach. Instead of asking, "Where is my manifestation?" she began asking, "What is divine intelligence showing me today?" That question altered her attention. She noticed that her brother had repeatedly mentioned selling a small rental property. Previously, she had assumed ownership was beyond her means and had ignored the conversation. This time, she asked for details. Her brother was willing to offer favorable terms and help structure the purchase. After careful review and qualified advice, Janet realized the arrangement was possible. The property created monthly income and long-term value. What appeared to be a sudden opportunity had been moving near her for some time. Her new consciousness enabled her to recognize it. This is why you must not confuse delay with denial. The answer may be developing. Your capacity may be expanding. The necessary person may not yet have entered the scene. One circumstance may need to move before another can take its place. Your work is to remain faithful without becoming frantic. Declare, I trust the timing of divine order. Nothing rightfully mine is delayed beyond its perfect season. While the answer develops, I am guided in every practical step. I do not dig up the seed with doubt. I water it with faith, gratitude, wisdom, and right action. Then rest. The invisible does not require your anxiety in order to work. When the first sign appears, there often comes a moment when the new pattern produces its first visible sign. It may not be the full answer. It may be a small payment, an encouraging message, a useful introduction, a reduced expense, or an idea that suddenly feels alive. Do not dismiss the first sign because it is smaller than the final result. Bless it. Gratitude strengthens attention toward good. When you honor the beginning, you become more capable of recognizing the next step. Suppose you are declaring financial freedom and receive an unexpected refund of $20. The fearful mind may say, that is nothing compared with what I need. But the receptive mind says, thank you. This is evidence that supply can reach me through unexpected channels. I welcome its continued expansion. This does not mean pretending $20 solves a major problem. It means refusing to insult the first drop because you are waiting for the rain. A small sign can interrupt an old certainty. If you believe that nothing unexpected ever comes to help you, one unexpected benefit weakens that belief. It proves that your future is not completely imprisoned by your past. Receive the sign without becoming obsessed with it. Do not turn every coin on the pavement into a supernatural message. Remain grounded. Spiritual awareness is not the abandonment of discernment. Simply notice genuine movement and give thanks. Then continue. Success often grows through a series of ordinary steps that become extraordinary through consistency. One client recommends another. One wise decision prevents a repeated loss. One useful skill increases your value. One courageous conversation changes your compensation. One small saving habit creates stability. One calm declaration changes the tone of your entire day. Prosperity is not always a dramatic event. Sometimes it is a new order gradually becoming visible. Welcome both the miracle and the method. Welcome the unexpected gift and the disciplined habit. Welcome inspiration and structure. Welcome faith and practical wisdom. All of them can be channels of divine supply. Returning to the wealth hour, the quiet hour is approaching. You do not have to watch the clock. You do not have to remain alert. Your body knows how to rest, and your deeper mind knows how to receive. If you awaken naturally, allow yourself to remain near the edge of sleep. Do not sit up sharply. Do not turn on a bright light. Do not begin checking the conditions of your life. Simply breathe and whisper, I am one with infinite supply. Divine order now opens every right channel. My obligations are met, my work is blessed, and my path is clear. I receive with gratitude. I act with wisdom. It is done under grace and in a perfect way. Then return to sleep. Let the declaration sink below the restless surface of thought. Let it enter the place where old expectations have lived for so long. You are not fighting the old pattern tonight. You are feeding a new one. Day by day, the pattern you nourish becomes stronger. Soon, you may find yourself speaking differently without effort. You may stop forecasting disaster. You may become less willing to repeat stories of limitation for entertainment or sympathy. You may begin asking better questions. Instead of asking, why does nothing ever work for me? You will ask, what is the wisest step available now? Instead of asking, who will rescue me? You will ask, through what honorable channel is divine supply seeking expression? Instead of asking, what if I lose everything? You will ask, what can I place in order today? This is the beginning of mastery. Your outer life may not transform in one night, but one night can mark the moment you cease giving fear uncontested authority. One declaration can become a dividing line. Before this night, you believed your circumstances dictated your word. After this night, your word begins directing your response to circumstances. Before this night, you interpreted delay as abandonment. After this night, you practiced trust while continuing right action. Before this night, you chased channels. After this night, you remain connected to the source and allow the right channels to reveal themselves. You are becoming calm enough to receive, clear enough to recognize, courageous enough to act, wise enough to manage, generous enough to circulate, patient enough to let the seed grow. Rest now. The way does not have to be forced. The next step will become clear at the right time. Divine order is working in places you cannot yet see. Conversations are forming. Ideas are developing. Old errors may be discovered and corrected. Useful relationships may be drawing nearer. Opportunities may be moving toward the point where you can recognize and receive them. You do not need to control these movements. You need only remain available. Say one final time before sinking more deeply into sleep. My words are filled with faith and peace. My mind is open to divine guidance. My financial life is restored to perfect order. I welcome abundance through honest and harmonious channels. The way is made clear before me. I give thanks that it is so. Now let the words fade into silence. Let the silence hold them. Let the night restore you. You are safe. You are guided. You are supported. And this new inner order is only beginning. The inner picture you carry. Every spoken word creates an inner picture. When you say, I will never have enough, the mind immediately paints a scene of shortage. It sees unpaid obligations, closed doors, postponed dreams, and a future that resembles the most difficult parts of the past. When you say, divine supply is opening the right way, another picture begins to form. Perhaps it is not yet detailed. Perhaps you cannot see the exact person, opportunity, or circumstance involved. Yet, the emotional atmosphere changes. The future no longer appears completely closed. The subconscious mind responds not only to language but also to the feeling and imagery attached to language. This is why mechanical repetition is often weak. A person can repeat, I am prosperous, while inwardly rehearsing disaster. The lips pronounce abundance, but the imagination continues serving fear. The purpose of an affirmation is not to decorate the surface of the mind. It is to redirect the inner picture. Tonight, you are invited to see differently. Do not strain to construct a complicated scene. You do not need to imagine every detail of a mansion, a bank statement, or a particular sum of money. Such details may produce pressure if they feel too far removed from your current experience. Begin with the feeling of order. Imagine opening your eyes in the morning without immediate financial fear. Imagine looking at your obligations calmly. Imagine knowing that there is a wise plan. Imagine completing your work with confidence. Imagine receiving good news without questioning whether you deserve it. Imagine paying what must be paid and still having enough remaining to save, share, and enjoy. Imagine your home filled with peace rather than tension. Imagine speaking about money without shame. Let the scene be simple. Perhaps you see yourself sitting at a table, reviewing your finances with a quiet smile. Perhaps you see a message confirming that a payment has arrived. Perhaps you imagine closing a laptop at the end of a fulfilling day and feeling grateful for work that blesses you and others. The image is not a demand concerning the exact form of your good. It is a way of teaching your deeper mind the emotional atmosphere you are ready to inhabit. You are becoming familiar with peace before peace is fully visible. You are rehearsing confidence instead of crisis. You are allowing order to become natural. Say softly, I see myself living in peace, freedom, and wise abundance. My mind accepts prosperity as safe and natural. I am at ease with receiving, managing, and sharing wealth. The inner pattern of divine order is now made visible in my life. What I consistently contemplate with faith begins to shape what I recognize, choose, and permit. Allow the picture to remain gentle. If fear interrupts it, do not judge yourself. Return to the simplest image you can accept. One bill paid, one helpful conversation, one peaceful morning, one wise decision. A small, believable image can become the bridge to a larger transformation. The woman who stopped rehearsing loss. There was a woman named Beatrice who lived through a season of severe financial hardship. She was raising 2 children alone. Her income was barely enough for food, and rent had fallen behind. Every day required calculation. If she paid one expense, another would have to wait. She often ate less so that her children could eat enough. But the most exhausting part of her life was not only the lack of money, it was the constant rehearsal of loss. Before opening a letter, she imagined the worst. Before speaking to the landlord, she imagined eviction. Before applying for work, she imagined rejection. Fear had become so familiar that she mistook it for preparation. One evening, after putting her children to bed, Beatrice sat beside a window and watched the snow fall. The world outside looked quiet, but inside her mind, a storm continued. She finally recognized that worry had not protected her. It had not paid the rent, brought food, or revealed a useful idea. It had only exhausted the strength she needed to respond wisely. That night, she chose one declaration. My children and I are under divine protection. We are fed, sheltered, guided, and provided for. The right way opens now. The sentence did not instantly erase her fear. When she first spoke it, tears came. Her visible conditions appeared to contradict every word, but she returned to it the following night, and the next. Each time fear showed her the image of losing everything, Beatrice gently replaced it with another image: her children safe, food on the table, a warm room, meaningful work, and enough money to meet each need. A few days later, her landlord came to speak with her. Beatrice expected the conversation she had feared. Instead, he offered an arrangement that gave her additional time and reduced the immediate pressure. It was not a complete solution, but it created room to breathe. Soon afterward, a woman she knew through a local community group told her about work at a bakery. The hours were early, but they fit around her children's needs. The pay was modest, and she could take unsold bread home at the end of the day. Beatrice accepted. At the bakery, customers noticed her warmth, reliability, and natural ability to organize people. One regular customer managed a small hotel and needed someone to supervise the kitchen. He offered Beatrice a position with better pay and steadier hours. The opportunity did not appear in the form she had originally imagined. It came through a temporary job that she might once have considered too small, but she recognized the channel. Over time, Beatrice's life changed, not through one instant miracle, but through a sequence of doors that appeared as her fear released enough for her to see and enter them. Years later, she opened a small food business of her own. She employed others who needed a second chance and often provided meals for families in difficulty. The woman who once feared that she could not feed her children became a source of food and opportunity for many people. Her declaration did not control every event. It changed her relationship with events. It gave her enough peace to see the extension of time as help rather than humiliation. It allowed her to accept a modest beginning. It prepared her to recognize the larger opportunity hidden within ordinary work. Perhaps you are standing where Beatrice once stood. Perhaps the complete answer is not visible, but one small channel is opening. Do not despise it. Sigh. I recognize the good that is already moving toward me. I accept the first right step with gratitude. Every divinely directed beginning expands into greater blessing. I am willing, teachable, and ready. Speaking to debt without fear. Debt can become more than a financial condition. It can become an emotional identity. A person may wake thinking about debt, work while thinking about debt, and fall asleep beneath the weight of debt. Every purchase feels like guilt. Every envelope creates tension. Every unexpected expense appears to confirm the belief that freedom is impossible. But debt is an obligation. It is not a definition of your worth. You are not your balance. You are not your past decisions. You are not the financial emergency through which you may currently be passing. When you speak about debt, choose words that acknowledge responsibility without granting fear or dominion over your future. Do not say, "This debt is destroying my life. Sigh. I face every obligation with courage, wisdom, and divine guidance. Do not say, I will never escape this. Sigh. A clear path to freedom is now being revealed step by step. Do not say, there is no way I can pay this. Sigh. Known and unknown channels of provision are opening, and I am guided in the right use of every resource. This is not an invitation to ignore statements, deadlines, interest, or legal responsibilities. Faith does not require blindness. It gives you the strength to look directly at what must be addressed without collapsing into shame. Under divine order, you may be guided to create a budget, request revised terms, seek professional advice, consolidate an obligation, increase income, sell something no longer needed, or correct a harmful habit. The spiritual word and the practical step must become allies. A man named Marcus faced an overwhelming medical debt after his daughter became seriously ill. The treatments had protected her health, but the remaining obligation felt impossible. Marcus was angry. He blamed the system. He blamed himself for not earning more. At times, he even blamed God. His anger was understandable, but it consumed the energy he needed to search for solutions. A friend suggested that he begin each night with a simple declaration. This obligation is resolved under divine order. I am guided to every resource, program, person, and action that leads to freedom. At first, Marcus resisted the words. The debt was too large, and the declaration felt disconnected from reality. But he continued. As his emotional state became calmer, he began reviewing correspondence that he had previously avoided. He contacted the billing department and asked more detailed questions. During one conversation, a representative mentioned an assistance program that had not been clearly explained to him. Marcus applied. A substantial portion of the debt was reduced. Later, he negotiated the remaining balance under more manageable terms. His freedom came through policies, communication, persistence, and guidance, not through denial. The declaration helped him move from rage to receptivity. Receptivity helped him ask the right questions. The right questions revealed resources. If you are facing debt tonight, breathe. The number may be large, but divine intelligence is larger than the fear the number produces. You do not have to solve the whole matter in one night. You need the next clear step. Declare, I bless every person and institution to whom I owe money. I release shame and meet my obligations with wisdom. Every debt is now brought under divine order. I am guided to fair solutions, increased supply, and responsible action. I move steadily and peacefully into complete financial freedom. Let the words settle. Tomorrow, listen for what you are to do. The power of a definite word. A confused word produces confused attention. One moment, a person asks for prosperity. The next, they announce that money is dangerous. In the morning, they declare that the right opportunity is coming. By afternoon, they insist that nothing ever changes. This inner contradiction scatters energy. A definite word does not mean never experiencing doubt. It means deciding which thought will have the final authority. Fear may speak, but you do not have to appoint it as your prophet. Appearances may report difficulty, but you do not have to accept difficulty as the permanent conclusion. Choose a declaration that is clear enough to remember in the half-awake state and broad enough to allow divine intelligence freedom concerning the method. For general prosperity, divine supply now flows to me through perfect and honorable channels. I receive it with gratitude and use it wisely. For employment, my perfect work is revealed, my gifts are valued, my service is needed, and I am abundantly compensated. For debt, every obligation is resolved under grace. I am guided into complete financial freedom. For a business, my business serves with excellence, attracts the right people, and prospers under divine order. For guidance, divine intelligence now reveals my next step. I recognize it clearly and act without fear. Choose one. Do not continually replace it because you are impatient. Give the declaration time to take root. The word must become familiar enough that it arises naturally when fear appears. If you awaken at night, speak it. When you first open your eyes in the morning, speak it. Before beginning your work, speak it. When a difficulty appears, speak it not to deny the difficulty, but to prevent the difficulty from determining your state. The same sentence, repeated with increasing calm, becomes an anchor. Soon, your nervous system begins to associate the words with peace rather than effort. Your mind becomes less reactive. Your attention becomes more disciplined. Your choices become more coherent. This is how a declaration moves from the lips into the life. Do not underestimate simple repetition. Rain reshapes stone not through one violent drop, but through faithful return. When the word feels untrue, there may be nights when your declaration feels completely untrue. You say, "I am abundantly provided for," while knowing that money is urgently needed. You say, "The way is clear," while feeling deeply confused. You say, "I am peaceful," while anxiety moves through your body. Do not condemn yourself. The purpose of an affirmation is not to describe only what the senses currently report. It is to establish the spiritual direction toward which consciousness is moving. Yet there is no benefit in forcing words so extreme that they intensify inner resistance. If saying, "I am wealthy now," produces nothing but anger or disbelief, choose a bridge statement. I am becoming receptive to greater prosperity. I am willing to believe that a solution exists. I am open to seeing opportunities I could not see before. Divine intelligence is teaching me how to move from fear into freedom. Each day, I make wiser and more prosperous choices. A bridge statement meets you where you are while refusing to leave you there. As your belief expands, the language can become stronger. You may begin with, "I am willing to receive." Then, "I am open and receptive to abundant good." Then, "Abundant good flows to me through right channels." Finally, "I live in divine supply, and divine order governs every part of my financial life." There is no weakness in gradual transformation. A staircase does not fail because it rises one step at a time. Be honest without becoming hopeless. You may say, "At this moment I feel afraid, but fear is not my final authority. I do not yet see the entire solution, but I am willing to receive guidance. The condition is difficult, but it is not greater than divine intelligence. I take the next right step in peace." This language contains both truth and direction. It acknowledges emotion without building a home inside it. Remember, you are not trying to deceive yourself. You are teaching yourself that the visible moment is not the entire story. The difference between desire and desperation. Desire is natural. Desire is life seeking fuller expression. The desire for a safe home, meaningful work, freedom from debt, generous provision, and the ability to bless others is not something to fear. But desire can become desperation when you believe that your peace depends entirely upon immediate fulfillment. Desperation says, "It must happen now. It must happen this way. If it does not happen, I am lost." That state creates tension. It narrows perception and may lead to unwise decisions. A desperate person may accept a harmful agreement, overlook important details, or chase every apparent opportunity without discernment. Faith desires clearly but holds peacefully. It says, "This is the good I welcome," or something better under divine order. I take the right action, but I do not surrender my peace to the calendar. I remain available to guidance. Release does not mean giving up your desire. It means releasing the fear that has wrapped itself around the desire. Hold the vision, release the strain. Speak the word, release the method. Take action, release the anxious demand for immediate proof. A clenched hand cannot receive. Open your hand inwardly. Sigh, "I welcome my good without desperation. I do not chase what belongs to me. I am drawn to the right opportunities, and they are drawn to me. I move with calm confidence. My peace is not postponed until circumstances change. Peace is the consciousness from which change begins." Feel the difference. You are not waiting helplessly for prosperity to rescue you. You are becoming inwardly prosperous, now clear, orderly, grateful, discerning, and generous, so that outward prosperity has a stable place to remain. Money responds to order. Many people ask for more money while maintaining confusion around the money they already have. Unopened statements accumulate. Subscriptions continue unnoticed. Small expenses remain unexamined. Important conversations are postponed. There is no judgment in observing this. Avoidance often begins as an attempt to protect oneself from discomfort. But what is avoided tends to grow more frightening in imagination. Order dissolves unnecessary fear. Choose a calm time during the day, not in the middle of the night, to look clearly at your financial picture. Bring compassion to the process. Write down what comes in. Write down what goes out. List obligations without attaching shame to them. Notice where money is serving your values and where it is escaping through unconscious habit. Ask, what can be simplified? What can be renegotiated? What can be completed? What no longer serves my life? Where am I undercharging? Where am I giving from fear rather than guidance? What ability could I develop or offer more fully? This is not merely accounting. It is an act of respect. When you bring order to your resources, you tell the subconscious, I am capable of receiving greater responsibility. I do not hide from money. I direct it peacefully. I am a trustworthy channel for abundance. A person who fears looking at $10 may also fear managing 10,000. The amount changes, but the inner relationship remains. Begin transforming the relationship now. Bless the money that enters. Bless the money that leaves for useful purposes. When paying an obligation, you may say, I give thanks that this service is paid for, and divine supply replenishes me through right channels. When receiving payment, say, I receive this good with gratitude. I use it wisely, and it circulates in blessing. When saving, say, I establish peace, stability, and freedom. When giving, say, I share from love, and the flow of good remains abundant. This practice removes hostility from financial activity. Money ceases to be an enemy, a savior, or a measure of human worth. It becomes a tool placed under wisdom. Intuition is quiet direction. Divine guidance rarely competes with panic by shouting more loudly. It is often quiet, a calm thought, a persistent idea, a name that returns to mind, a feeling that one opportunity is right and another is not, an inward pause before signing an agreement, a gentle urge to prepare, learn, ask, or wait. The more frantic your inner world becomes, the harder it may be to hear this guidance. That is why the silence of the night can be valuable. It allows subtle direction to rise without being immediately drowned by noise. But intuition must be accompanied by discernment. Not every impulse is divine guidance. Fear can disguise itself as urgency. Desire can disguise itself as certainty. Habit can disguise itself as instinct. True guidance often carries a quality of calm clarity, even when the action requires courage. It does not demand that you abandon wisdom. It does not flatter greed. It does not require deception. It does not ask you to harm yourself or another person. It harmonizes with integrity. When an idea arises, ask, does this action create peace beneath the temporary nervousness? Is it honest? Is it responsible? Does it respect everyone concerned? Can I take one reasonable step without forcing the entire outcome? If the answer is yes, move gently. If confusion remains, wait for greater clarity while gathering practical information. You do not lose what is divinely appointed by taking time to discern wisely. Sigh, my intuition is clear because my mind is peaceful. Divine intelligence guides me through wisdom, integrity, and right timing. I recognize the difference between fear and guidance. I neither rush ahead nor shrink back. I move when the way is clear. The nightly release of fear. Now allow yourself to enter a deeper level of rest. Imagine that every fear you carried into this night is a heavy garment. You have worn it for so long that you almost forgot it could be removed. The fear of not having enough, the fear of losing what you have, the fear of disappointing your family, the fear of beginning again, the fear that age has closed the door, the fear that mistakes have destroyed your future. One by one, allow these garments to fall away. You do not need them while you sleep. You do not need fear to protect your future. Divine wisdom is a better guardian. Say quietly, I release the fear of lack. I release the shame of the past. I release the pressure to solve everything tonight. I release the demand that my good arrive through one particular channel. I release every word of defeat I have spoken over myself. Now breathe. With each breath, the body becomes heavier and the mind becomes lighter. You are not empty after releasing fear. You are making room for something greater. Peace enters, clarity enters, faith enters, a new expectation enters. Declare, I am guided by divine intelligence. My words are filled with power and peace. Divine order now governs every part of my life. I speak only the word of faith, abundance, and right action. The way is made clear before me. My supply is secure in the divine source. I receive my good with gratitude. You do not need to feel every sentence perfectly. Let the words work gently. Transformation is occurring through repetition, willingness, and rest. The hour of declaration. And now, if you are still awake, remain peaceful. If you have been sleeping and these words reach only the deeper part of your mind, let them be received there. You do not need to wake fully. You do not need to move. Simply become aware of one slow breath. Inhale gently. Exhale completely. Now whisper or repeat silently. Divine order now governs my financial life. My perfect supply comes to me through expected and unexpected channels. Every obligation is met under grace. My work is blessed. My gifts are valued. I receive with gratitude and manage with wisdom. I am free from fear. I am open to abundance. The way is made clear before me. Thank you. It is done in a perfect and harmonious way. Pause. Do not add another request. Do not ask how. Do not search for evidence. Let this be enough. Your declaration has been made. Now, return to rest. Imagine the words moving through the deeper levels of your consciousness, bringing light into every place where fear once repeated itself. Where the mind once expected loss, it begins to expect guidance. Where it once saw only one channel, it becomes receptive to many. Where it once carried shame, it begins to accept worthiness. Where it once reacted with panic, it begins to respond with wisdom. The purpose of this hour is not to control life. It is to place your consciousness under divine order. You are giving infinite intelligence permission to correct your direction, refine your desires, reveal your opportunities, and guide your actions. If something must leave, let it leave peacefully. If something new must begin, let it begin clearly. If an old mistake must be corrected, give thanks for the courage to correct it. If a new door opens, enter with discernment. If a season of preparation remains, honor it. No moment is wasted when it is placed under divine guidance. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not excluded from abundance. The same life that fills the forest with countless leaves, the sea with immeasurable drops, and the night sky with stars is not limited in its ability to guide and sustain you. Rest in that understanding. Your good does not need to be taken from another. Your success does not require someone else's failure. Your supply can arrive in ways that create value, restore balance, and bless everyone concerned. You are ready to receive responsibly. You are ready to act wisely. You are ready to prosper peacefully. Sleep now. Let the body repair itself. Let the mind become still. Let divine order arrange what human anxiety cannot arrange. Tomorrow, you will not need to chase every possibility. You will listen. You will recognize. You will take the next right step. And for now, the only right step is rest. Rest deeply. Rest without fear. Rest in the consciousness of supply. The word has been spoken. The seed has been planted. The way is opening. After the word has been spoken, now the declaration has been made. There is nothing more for you to force. This is the moment many people unknowingly undo their own peace. They speak a word of faith, then immediately begin searching for proof. They wonder whether they said it correctly, believed it deeply enough, or selected the proper hour. They treat spiritual practice as though it were a fragile mechanism that one imperfect thought could destroy. But divine intelligence is not fragile. Your good is not frightened away by a moment of doubt. One anxious thought cannot cancel sincere spiritual direction. You are learning a new way of thinking, and learning unfolds through patience. After speaking your declaration, let it rest. A letter placed in the mail is not delivered more quickly because you chase the postal carrier down the street. You address it, release it, and trust the process. In the same way, speak your word clearly and return to peace. Your next responsibility is not to worry more spiritually. It is to become receptive. When morning comes, you may not feel dramatically different. There may be no vision, unusual sensation, or immediate message. Do not measure the value of the practice by emotional intensity. A seed makes no noise while it opens. Some of the deepest changes occur quietly. You may notice only that you respond more calmly to a situation that once triggered panic. You may think of a practical step you had overlooked. You may feel moved to organize something, contact someone, or complete unfinished work. These quiet movements matter. Do not demand thunder when guidance is speaking in a whisper. Say within yourself, I have spoken the word, and I now release it. I do not strain, chase, or interfere. I remain peaceful, attentive, and willing. The perfect answer unfolds in the perfect way. Then rest. The morning after the wealth hour. When morning arrives, do not immediately invite fear back into your consciousness. For many people, the first waking thought is a financial calculation. Before their feet touch the floor, they have already reviewed every obligation and imagined every possible problem. This gives yesterday's pattern the first word of the new day. Instead, let your first conscious sentence be one of divine order. Before checking your phone, messages, email, or accounts, say, this is a divinely ordered day. I am guided in every decision. My work is blessed. My supply is abundant. I expect harmonious good. You do not need to feel extraordinary. Speak calmly, then rise and begin the day with dignity. Make your bed if you are able. Drink water. Open the curtains. Allow light into the room. These small acts tell the mind that order has begun. Prosperity consciousness is not always expressed through grand gestures. It often begins in the way you care for what is already in your hands. A clear desk, a completed task, a returned message, a promise kept, a small amount saved, an unnecessary expense canceled, a useful idea written down before it is forgotten. Right order invites expansion. Chaos does not make you unworthy of abundance, but increasing order gives abundance a stable place to remain. Ask in the morning, what is the one right action for today? Do not burden yourself with the entire future. If the answer is to complete a proposal, complete it. If the answer is to make a call, make it. If the answer is to rest before making an important decision, honor that guidance. If the answer is to seek practical help, release pride and ask. Faith is not proved by doing everything alone. Sometimes divine supply appears as wisdom available through another person. Do not speak against your own good. Your nighttime declaration must be protected by your daytime speech. Imagine planting a seed every night and pouring salt on the soil every morning. The seed still contains life, but its environment continually opposes growth. This is what happens when you affirm divine supply at night and spend the day making careless declarations of defeat. Pay attention to the phrases you use automatically. I'm always broke. I can't afford anything. Money hates me. Every time I get ahead, something goes wrong. I have the worst luck. These statements may appear humorous or harmless, but repetition gives them emotional weight. The subconscious receives the message whether it is spoken as a joke, complaint, or prediction. This does not mean you must pretend to possess money you do not have. Language can be truthful without becoming destructive. Instead of saying, "I can't afford it," say, "That is not my financial priority at this moment." Or, "I am choosing to direct my money elsewhere." Instead of saying, "I'm always broke," say, "I am bringing my finances into greater order." Instead of saying, "Money disappears," say, "I am learning to retain and direct money wisely." Instead of saying, "Nothing works," say, "The old methods have not produced the desired result, so I am open to a wiser approach." Notice the difference. The new words do not deny present facts. They refuse to turn present facts into permanent identity. Your speech should leave a door open. A word of fear closes possibilities before they are examined. A word of faith creates enough space for guidance to enter. This practice requires awareness, not obsession. If you catch yourself speaking negatively, do not panic. Simply correct the sentence. You might say, "That was the old pattern speaking. I withdraw that conclusion. Divine order is active, and I am guided toward a better result." Then, continue your day. Do not punish yourself for noticing an old habit. Awareness is evidence that the habit is already losing its invisibility. You cannot change what you never notice. Each correction is progress. The 4 kinds of prosperity. Money is an important form of prosperity, but it is not the whole of prosperity. A person may possess money and still live in constant fear. Another may have many opportunities, but no health or energy to enjoy them. Another may be surrounded by people, yet feel profoundly alone. True abundance includes several dimensions. First, there is spiritual prosperity, the consciousness of being connected to divine intelligence rather than abandoned to chance. Second, there is mental prosperity, clarity, useful ideas, creative imagination, discernment, and freedom from compulsive fear. Third, there is relational prosperity, honest cooperation, loving support, trustworthy people, and the ability to give and receive without manipulation. Fourth, there is material prosperity, sufficient resources, meaningful work, financial stability, comfort, generosity, and freedom of choice. These dimensions influence one another. A peaceful mind makes wiser financial decisions. Healthy relationships may create new opportunities. Material stability can provide time for spiritual and creative development. Spiritual trust can help you remain steady while practical conditions are changing. Do not reduce wealth to a single number. A number may be useful as a goal, but it cannot contain the whole blessing. Ask for complete prosperity. Declare, "I am prosperous in spirit, mind, relationships, and resources. My life is rich in peace, wisdom, love, healthful balance, opportunity, and supply. No form of abundance is gained at the destruction of another. My good arrives in harmony and remains in harmony." This protects you from accepting money through a channel that costs your health, integrity, or peace. Not every profitable opportunity is your right opportunity. A door may promise wealth while requiring dishonesty, exploitation, or the abandonment of everything you value. Such a door is not divine supply. True prosperity does not demand that you destroy yourself to receive it. The right work may require discipline and courage, but beneath the effort there is harmony. It develops your life rather than consuming it completely. Ask for abundance with balance. Ask for increase with peace. Ask for success that you can enjoy without losing your soul. Bless what you have now. You cannot create a peaceful future through continual contempt for the present. Perhaps your home is not the home you desire. Bless it for sheltering you now. Perhaps your income is smaller than you need. Bless it for every need it currently meets. Perhaps your work is temporary. Bless the skills, contacts, and experience it provides while you prepare for something better. Blessing does not mean settling. It means refusing to poison the present while moving toward the future. What you continually condemn becomes emotionally difficult to improve because condemnation fills you with resistance. If you say, "I hate this job," every morning you enter the workplace disconnected from creativity and guidance. You may overlook the relationship, skill, or idea that becomes your bridge to another position. Try saying, "I bless the good this work currently provides, and I am now guided to its next right expression." If you dislike your current home, say, "I bless this place for sheltering me. I release it without resentment when the perfect new home appears." If your income is insufficient, say, "I give thanks for every dollar that reaches me, and I welcome expanded supply through honorable channels." Gratitude and ambition are not enemies. You can appreciate what is while expecting greater good. In fact, gratitude prevents desire from becoming desperation. It reminds you that life has already supported you in countless ways, even if the current form is incomplete. Look around gently. What is supporting you tonight? The bed beneath you, the air entering your lungs, the roof above you, the device carrying these words, the experience you have gained, the people who have encouraged you, the lessons that have increased your discernment, the capacities within you that have not yet been fully expressed. Good is already present. You are not creating abundance from absolute emptiness. You are recognizing an existing stream and inviting it to expand. Sigh, "I bless every form of good already present in my life. Gratitude clears my vision. What I appreciate grows in usefulness and meaning. I welcome greater abundance without rejecting today's blessings." The law of expectation. Expectation is the atmosphere in which your actions take place. Two people may perform the same action with entirely different inner states. One sends an application while expecting rejection. The other sends it with calm openness, knowing that this opportunity or a better one will lead them forward. One discusses compensation while inwardly apologizing for having needs. The other speaks clearly, respectfully, and with a grounded sense of value. One begins a project while preparing emotionally for failure. The other begins knowing that every result will provide either progress or useful instruction. Expectation affects posture, language, perseverance, and perception. It does not guarantee that every particular event will unfold exactly as desired, but it changes the consciousness you bring to every event. Do not confuse expectation with entitlement. Entitlement says, "Life must obey my personal plan." Spiritual expectation says, "Good exists, guidance is available. I am willing to recognize the right form and cooperate with it." You may expect good without dictating every detail. You may expect provision while remaining flexible about the channel. You may expect guidance even when the first answer is no. Sometimes a refusal protects you. Sometimes a delay prepares you. Sometimes a detour places you before the person or idea you needed to encounter. Maintain the expectation of good without demanding that every circumstance immediately look good. Declare, "I expect divine order in every situation. I expect to be guided, supported, and strengthened. I expect the right result, even when the path differs from my plan. Nothing can separate me from the wisdom I need. My expectation is peaceful, steady, and free from strain." The person who could not receive. There was a woman named Eleanor who had spent much of her life helping others. She was the person everyone called in a crisis. She gave rides, lent money, offered advice, prepared meals, and rearranged her schedule whenever someone needed support. People praised her generosity. But Eleanor had a hidden difficulty. She could not receive. If someone offered to help her, she declined automatically. If a friend tried to pay for lunch, she became uncomfortable. If someone praised her work, she minimized it. When clients asked what she charged, she named an amount far below the value she provided. Eleanor believed she was humble. In truth, receiving made her feel unsafe. As a child, she had learned that accepting anything created obligation. Gifts were later used as leverage. Help came with conditions. So she decided, without consciously realizing it, that independence was protection. Years later, she prayed for greater abundance while unconsciously refusing the channels through which abundance often travels. During a period of nightly reflection, she asked, "Where am I saying no to the good I claim to desire?" The answer came immediately. She saw countless moments when life had tried to give and she had closed the door. Eleanor began practicing a simple response whenever someone offered genuine help or appreciation. "Thank you, I received that." At first, the words felt uncomfortable. She accepted compliments without explaining them away. She allowed a friend to help with a project. She raised her professional fee to a fair level. She stopped volunteering for every task simply to prove her worth. As she became more receptive, her income increased, but so did her energy, joy, and relationships. Others were finally allowed to contribute to her life. Eleanor discovered that receiving is not weakness. It is participation in circulation. If everyone gives but no one receives, the flow stops. You are allowed to be one of the people through whom good moves, and you are also allowed to be one of the people to whom good moves. Sigh. I receive graciously and without fear. I welcome honest support, appreciation, opportunity, and compensation. Receiving does not place me in bondage. Divine wisdom shows me which gifts are right for me. I say yes to harmonious good. The courage to name your value. Prosperity sometimes requires a conversation you have been avoiding. You may need to name a fair price. Ask for proper compensation. Set a boundary. Request payment that is overdue. Stop giving professional labor away because you fear rejection. Many people hope that others will recognize their value without being told. Sometimes they will. Often they will not. Spiritual confidence does not mean demanding more than your work merits. It means no longer pretending that your contribution has no value. If you consistently undercharge from fear, resentment may eventually enter your service. You give outwardly, while inwardly feeling unseen. Right exchange preserves harmony. Before discussing money, become still. Do not enter the conversation carrying anger, apology, or desperation. Declare, "Divine intelligence speaks through me. I communicate my value clearly and graciously. The right people recognize and honor the service I provide. Every agreement is fair, transparent, and mutually beneficial." Then prepare practically. Know what you offer. Understand the relevant facts. Decide what terms are acceptable. Be willing to hear no without treating it as a statement about your worth. A person who cannot meet your price may simply not be the right channel. There are occasions when generosity directs you to reduce a fee or give freely. Let that decision arise from abundance, not fear. Giving by choice feels expansive. Undercharging from insecurity feels diminishing. Learn the difference. Your service has value. Your time has value. Your knowledge, discipline, preparation, and experience have value. You do not need to shout this. You need to know it quietly. The hidden cost of comparison. Comparison is one of the quickest ways to disturb prosperity consciousness. You see another person's success and immediately use it as evidence against yourself. They are younger. They began later. They have more customers. Their home is larger. Their channel grows faster. Their opportunities appear easier. But you are comparing the visible portion of their journey with the private uncertainties of your own. You do not know the complete path another person has traveled. More importantly, their timing is not your law. Another person's prosperity does not remove prosperity from the universe. Let their success become evidence of possibility rather than proof of your exclusion. Bless them. This may be difficult at first, especially if envy has become automatic. But envy tells the subconscious that another person possesses what should not be theirs. If you condemn the result, you create conflict around receiving a similar result yourself. Sigh. I bless the success of others. Their good does not diminish mine. There is a perfect place, path, and provision for me. I do not compete for divine supply. I cooperate with my own appointed good. This does not mean ignoring competition in business or refusing to learn from others. You may study what works, improve your skills, and make strategic decisions. But do so without attacking your own worth. Comparison asks, "Why am I not them?" Wisdom asks, "What can their example teach me while I remain faithful to my own path?" One question creates shame. The other creates growth. Return your attention to your assignment. The energy spent watching another person's road is energy unavailable for walking your own. The power of blessing another's wealth. When you see someone enjoying prosperity, practice blessing them inwardly. Sigh, "I bless their good, and I bless the divine source from which all good flows. May their prosperity be used wisely. May my own appointed prosperity now come forward." This simple practice releases jealousy and trains the mind to associate abundance with joy rather than threat. Suppose someone receives the promotion you wanted. You may feel disappointment. Honor the feeling without turning it into a permanent judgment. Then say, "I bless them in their new position. What is rightfully mine is still moving toward me." If another person's business succeeds, say, "Their success proves that people are willing to support valuable work. I bless their expansion and welcome my own." If someone receives unexpected money, say, "I rejoice that supply can arrive through surprising channels. I am open to my own right channels." Blessing is not submission. It is freedom from the belief that life has only one prize. Divine supply is not a chair in a game where everyone must compete until only one person remains seated. Creativity generates new opportunities. Service creates new value. Cooperation expands possibilities. The success of another may even become part of your channel. They may hire you, teach you, recommend you, inspire an idea, or introduce you to someone important. Do not curse the bridge because another person crossed it first. Bless the bridge and continue walking. When nothing seems to be happening, there may be a period when the practice feels quiet. You continue speaking the word. You continue taking action, yet no dramatic evidence appears. This is where many people abandon the process. They assume silence means failure, but silence may indicate preparation. An opportunity may be forming through decisions made by people you have not yet met. A position may need to become available. A skill may need further development. Your own consciousness may need to become stable enough to manage what you desire. Ask yourself honestly, if the full answer arrived today, am I prepared to receive and sustain it? If your income doubled, would your habits support it? If your audience expanded, could you serve them consistently? If a major opportunity appeared, would your work be ready? If someone offered support, could you accept it without suspicion? Waiting time can become preparation time. Do not use it for passive frustration. Strengthen your capacity. Organize your work. Improve the skill. Complete what has been neglected. Create the structure that greater prosperity will require. The farmer does not scream at the field while waiting for the harvest. There are tools to prepare, weeds to remove, and conditions to maintain. Declare, "I use every season wisely. While my good develops, I prepare to receive it. Nothing is wasted under divine order. My capacity expands to match the blessing appointed for me. I am ready at the right time." The fear of losing prosperity. Some people can imagine receiving money but cannot imagine keeping it. Their history has taught them that every gain is followed by loss. Whenever something good arrives, they immediately become anxious. What will go wrong? What expense will appear? How long before this disappears? This expectation can create careless decisions or constant tension. Prosperity becomes impossible to enjoy because fear stands beside every blessing. You may release this pattern. What came before does not have to determine what happens next. You can learn to retain, protect, and direct resources wisely. Sigh, "It is safe for good to remain in my life. I hold prosperity with open hands and a peaceful mind. I neither cling to money nor drive it away. Divine wisdom governs every financial decision. My resources are protected, ordered, and used well. If loss has occurred before, take the wisdom without carrying the prophecy. Perhaps a lack of planning contributed. You can plan now. Perhaps trust was placed in the wrong person. You can practice discernment now. Perhaps circumstances were beyond your control. You can stop punishing yourself now. The purpose of experience is instruction, not lifelong condemnation. You are capable of developing a new relationship with stability, prosperity without fear of visibility. Greater abundance often makes a person more visible. Your work reaches more people. Your name is mentioned. Others form opinions. Some celebrate you, others misunderstand you. If you secretly associate visibility with danger, you may block expansion while consciously desiring it. Perhaps you learned that standing out invited criticism. Perhaps you were told not to appear proud. Perhaps success in your family was met with suspicion or resentment. So part of you wants the opportunity while another part tries to remain unseen. Bring this conflict into the light. You can be visible without becoming vain. You can succeed without announcing superiority. You can allow your work to be recognized while remembering that your value does not depend upon applause. Sigh. It is safe for my gifts to be seen. I remain humble, grounded, and protected as my influence expands. The right people recognize my work. Criticism does not control my identity. I serve with integrity and let results speak peacefully. Your light does not insult another person's light. Dimming yourself does not make the world brighter. Let your gifts occupy their right place. The sacred use of imagination. Imagination is one of the mind's most powerful faculties. It can become a workshop of fear or a sanctuary of faith. Many people use imagination constantly without recognizing it. They picture conversations going badly. They rehearse losing what they love. They imagine rejection in detail and call it realism. But imagination can be redirected. Before sleep, choose one peaceful scene that symbolizes your fulfilled good. Do not make it crowded. See yourself opening a message that confirms the right opportunity. Feel the relief of an obligation resolved. Hear yourself telling someone you trust, "Everything worked out in a better way than I expected." See yourself giving generously without fear. Imagine the calm, not merely the possession. Then release the scene. You are not trying to hypnotize the universe into obeying a picture. You are educating your own consciousness in the emotional language of fulfillment. The person who repeatedly imagines failure approaches life defensively. The person who becomes familiar with peaceful success is more likely to recognize and accept it. Declare, "My imagination is a servant of faith. I form pictures of harmony, freedom, and divine order. I refuse to rehearse disaster. I expect solutions, right relationships, and honorable prosperity. My inner vision is clear, peaceful, and blessed." The second descent into rest. Now, allow all teaching to fade again. You do not need to hold every principle consciously. The deeper mind has received what it needs. Let your breathing return to its natural rhythm. Feel the weight of your body resting securely. The room is quiet. The night asks nothing from you. You have reviewed worthiness. You have released resentment. You have blessed the channels of supply. You have opened yourself to receiving. You have placed debt, work, opportunity, and right action under divine order. Now, rest in the central truth. You are not alone with your life. There is wisdom within you, greater than the fear that has confused you. There are possibilities beyond the limits of present evidence. There are right actions you are capable of taking. There are people who will value what you bring. There are channels through which provision can reach you. You do not have to discover them all tonight. Say softly, "I am guided. I am receptive. I am worthy. I am peaceful. I am provided for. Divine order is working now." Let each sentence become slower. I am guided. I am receptive. I am worthy. I am peaceful. I am provided for. Divine order is working now. You may sleep. Nothing more is required. The word of faith remains active in your consciousness while the body rests. Tomorrow brings its own instruction. Tonight brings restoration. Sleep deeply now. Your good is not lost. Your path is not closed. Your future is not condemned to repeat your past. A new pattern has begun, and divine order is carrying it forward. The daytime test of your new word. The real test of your declaration does not occur only in the silence of the night. It comes during the day, when appearances challenge what you have chosen to believe. A bill arrives. An expected payment is delayed. A proposal is declined. An expense appears without warning. At that moment, the old pattern may return quickly. It may say, "See, nothing has changed. This always happens." You were foolish to expect something better. But a temporary event does not possess the authority to define the entire process. Pause before reacting. Take one conscious breath, then say, "This is a condition, not a conclusion. Divine intelligence is present in this situation. I am guided toward the right response. Everything is being brought into order." This does not mean ignoring the problem. Read the letter. Make the call. Ask the question. Take the appropriate action. But do it from clarity rather than catastrophe. The event may even contain useful information. Perhaps a delayed payment reveals the need for clearer terms. Perhaps a rejected proposal needs refinement. Perhaps an unexpected expense shows where a reserve must be created. Perhaps a closed door redirects you toward a more suitable opportunity. Faith does not insist that every event is pleasant. Faith insists that no event is beyond the reach of wisdom. Your power lies in the pause between the circumstance and your response. In that pause, you decide whether fear will repeat the past or divine guidance will shape the next step. Declare, "I meet every condition with spiritual poise. I do not surrender my peace to appearances. The right response is revealed. I act wisely, calmly, and at the proper time." When a door closes, a closed door often feels personal. You may believe you were rejected because you were not good enough, prepared enough, attractive enough, connected enough, or fortunate enough. But every closed door does not carry the same meaning. Some doors close because greater preparation is needed. Some close because the agreement would not have served your highest good. Some close because another path is more harmonious. And sometimes a door closes because another person exercised their own freedom. Even then, their decision does not determine the whole movement of your life. Do not turn one refusal into a prophecy. One employer is not the entire economy. One client is not the source of your supply. One missed opportunity is not the end of opportunity. One person's inability to recognize your value does not reduce your value. Sigh. I release every door that is not mine. I bless what closes and turn peacefully toward what opens. The right opportunity cannot reject me, overlook me, or pass me by. Divine intelligence places me where my gifts are needed and valued. A closed door may protect time and energy that belong to something better. Do not remain spiritually camped outside it. Gather the lesson. Correct what must be corrected. Then move. The hallway is not your permanent home. The perfect channel may surprise you. Many people imagine prosperity arriving through a single dramatic event. They wait for a large inheritance, a sudden promotion, a viral success, or an extraordinary investment. These things may happen, but divine supply often moves through several channels at once. A reduction in expenses, an increase in income, a forgotten refund, a useful skill, a new collaboration, a profitable idea, a wise introduction, an improved agreement, a small recurring payment that grows over time. Together, these channels can transform a financial life more securely than one dramatic event. Do not overlook a blessing because it appears in the form of money not spent. A fair reduction in an obligation is also supply. A problem prevented is also supply. A skill that increases future income is also supply. Time saved through better organization is also supply. Guidance that protects you from an unwise decision is also supply. Prosperity is not only what enters your hands, it is also what divine wisdom helps you retain, avoid, develop, and multiply. Sigh. I recognize supply in all its right forms. I bless money received, money saved, loss prevented, wisdom gained, and opportunity revealed. Divine good reaches me through countless harmonious channels. My eyes are open, and my judgment is clear. The story of Paul's redirection. Paul had devoted nearly a decade to one company. He believed loyalty would eventually be rewarded with a senior position and the income he needed. He arrived early. He stayed late. He accepted responsibilities beyond his title. When the promotion became available, Paul was certain it would be his. It went to someone else. He was disappointed, but he worked harder. When another opportunity appeared the following year, he applied again. Once more, he was passed over. This time, resentment entered his work. Every task felt like proof that he was being used. Yet he remained because he had convinced himself that leaving would mean wasting all the years he had invested. At night, Paul began declaring, "I am abundantly compensated for the value I provide. My perfect professional place is now revealed." For the first several nights, he secretly pictured his manager changing his mind. He was still trying to force the same channel. Then he added, "I release this outcome to divine intelligence. I welcome this position or something better." Those final words changed the practice. A short time later, a recruiter contacted Paul about a role in another organization. His first instinct was to refuse. He had not been looking elsewhere, and the unfamiliar company made him nervous. But the opportunity continued to return to mind with unusual calm. He agreed to a conversation. The new role offered better compensation, more authority, healthier leadership, and work more closely aligned with his strengths. Paul realized that he had been asking a small room to become large enough for the person he had grown into. The room was not wrong. It was simply no longer his right place. If your current environment cannot recognize your growth, do not immediately condemn it. Ask whether you are being prepared to move. Sigh. I release attachment to places I have outgrown. I honor what they taught me and follow divine guidance forward. My experience is never wasted. Everything I have learned now serves my next right expression. Your good is not in one person. It is natural to appreciate those who help you. But when you believe one person controls your entire prosperity, fear enters the relationship. You may become afraid to disagree, afraid to establish a boundary, afraid to speak honestly, afraid that one person's withdrawal will destroy your security. This gives a channel the authority that belongs only to the source. Your employer may be a channel. Your customer may be a channel. Your partner may be a channel. Your audience may be a channel. But no single channel contains the whole of divine supply. When you remember this, relationships become healthier. You can appreciate people without worshiping their approval. You can negotiate without feeling that your life depends on one answer. Declare, "My good comes from the divine source." People are blessed channels, but no person is the source of my life. If one channel changes, another opens in perfect order. I am free from dependence upon human favor. I welcome cooperation without surrendering my power. This does not make you cold or ungrateful. It allows love and business to exist without fear. You can say thank you without saying, "I cannot survive without you." You can value an opportunity without believing it is your last. You can release a relationship that has become harmful without imagining that all supply leaves with it. The source remains. Fear of success. Some people fear failure. Others secretly fear success. Success may bring responsibility, visibility, new expectations, changes in relationships, the need to make unfamiliar decisions. Part of you may ask for greater wealth while another part worries. What if I cannot manage it? What if people want something from me? What if my family changes toward me? What if I lose it after receiving it? What if success takes away my peace? These fears may cause delay, procrastination, underpricing, or withdrawal just as an opportunity becomes real. Speak directly to this hidden resistance. I am safe in success. Divine intelligence expands my capacity with every increase. I remain peaceful, loving, and wise as my prosperity grows. I attract trustworthy support. I manage greater responsibility with clarity. Success does not remove me from myself. It allows my true gifts to serve more fully. You do not have to become another person to prosper. You do not have to become hard, selfish, or consumed by ambition. You can expand while remaining spiritually centered. You can say no. You can rest. You can choose privacy. You can grow at a sustainable pace. True success is not an external performance. It is the harmonious expression of your gifts under divine order, money, and identity. When money becomes identity, every financial change becomes a judgment of personal worth. If income rises, you feel important. If income falls, you feel diminished. If another person earns more, you feel inferior. If someone earns less, you may feel temporarily superior. This is not freedom. Money can measure exchange, but it cannot measure a soul. Your worth existed before your first paycheck and remains after every financial season. When you separate identity from income, you can examine money more clearly. You can correct mistakes without collapsing into shame. You can seek greater compensation without believing that a larger number will finally make you lovable. Declare, "My worth is spiritual and cannot rise or fall with money. I welcome wealth, but I do not ask it to define me. Money serves my life. It does not rule my identity. I am complete now, and from that completeness I create, receive, and prosper." Paradoxically, when money no longer carries the burden of proving your worth, you often handle it more wisely. You stop spending to impress. You stop undercharging to gain approval. You stop chasing opportunities that violate your peace. You become free to ask, "Is this truly right for me?" The discipline of completion. Unfinished tasks consume energy. A message not answered. A form not submitted. A room left in disorder. A proposal almost completed. A promise continually postponed. Each unfinished matter occupies a small portion of attention. Prosperity often increases when energy is gathered through completion. Choose one unfinished task each day and bring it to order. Do not attempt to repair your entire life at once. That creates overwhelm and another cycle of avoidance. Begin with what is near. Send the invoice. Organize the document. Return the call. Cancel the unused service. Finish the application. Clean the place where you work. Completion tells the subconscious, "I am ready to move forward. I no longer leak energy into avoidable disorder. I honor opportunities by preparing for them." Sigh. Divine intelligence guides me to complete what matters. I work with focus, ease, and excellence. Every completed task releases new energy. My life is becoming clear, simple, and prosperous. The courage to begin small. A grand vision can be inspiring, but it can also become an excuse for postponement. You may wait for the perfect equipment, perfect knowledge, perfect timing, or perfect confidence. Meanwhile, the first small step remains untaken. Prosperity frequently begins with imperfect action, guided by a clear intention. The first customer, the first lesson, the first page, the first saved amount, the first honest conversation, the first application. Do not demand that the beginning resemble the final vision. A beginning has its own beauty. It allows you to learn without carrying the weight of full expansion. Sigh. I begin with what I have. Divine intelligence blesses the first right step. I do not wait for perfection. My skill grows through faithful use. Small beginnings become strong foundations. A woman once dreamed of creating a service that helped families organize their finances. She believed she needed an office, a professional team, and an elaborate program before beginning. For 2 years, she remained in preparation. Then she decided to help one family. That experience showed her what people truly needed. One family referred another. Her method became clearer through practice. The business she had tried to design entirely in imagination was revealed through service. The first step contained information the planning stage could not provide. Begin where you are. The road teaches the traveler. When opportunity requires courage, the right opportunity does not always feel comfortable. It may ask you to speak publicly, learn a new skill, enter a different environment, or accept responsibility beyond what you have previously carried. Do not assume nervousness means the door is wrong. Fear and intuition feel different when you become still enough to examine them. Fear says, "You are incapable. Hide." Intuition may say, "This will stretch you, but you are prepared to learn." Fear produces humiliation before anything has happened. Guidance produces seriousness, clarity, and a willingness to prepare. When an opportunity appears, ask, "Does this align with my values? Does it use or develop my gifts? Is the exchange honorable? Can I take the next step without committing blindly to every future step?" If so, courage may be the required form of faith. Declare, "I am courageous in the presence of right opportunity. I do not confuse unfamiliarity with danger. Divine intelligence prepares me for every appointed step. I learn quickly, act wisely, and grow gracefully." You do not need complete confidence before beginning. Confidence often arrives after action has shown you what you can do. Prosperity and the spoken blessing. Words spoken over another person can also affect your own consciousness. When someone tells you about a new job, say, "May it prosper and bring good to everyone concerned." When a friend begins a business, say, "May the right customers find you, and may your work be richly rewarded." When a family member receives unexpected provision, say, "I celebrate this evidence of abundance." Speaking blessings trains your mind to see good as expandable. There is no need to flatter or speak falsely. A sincere blessing can be brief. The important thing is that you stop using another person's good as a reason to curse your own life. Your word becomes cleaner when it is no longer divided by envy. Declare, "My mouth speaks blessing. I rejoice in honorable prosperity wherever it appears. The good I bless in others awakens my awareness of good available to me. There is more than enough divine supply for all." The quiet correction of old beliefs. An old belief does not always disappear because you have identified it once. It may return in familiar situations. You may understand intellectually that prosperity is safe, yet still feel guilt when receiving. You may know that your work has value, yet still become nervous when discussing payment. This does not mean the spiritual practice is failing. It means the old path has been traveled many times, while the new path is still becoming established. Correct the belief quietly each time it appears. Old belief, "I must struggle to deserve good." New word, "I work faithfully, but I receive through grace, wisdom, and right alignment." Old belief, "If I become prosperous, people will reject me." New word, "My true relationships grow healthier as I become more fully myself." Old belief, "Money always leaves." New word, "Money remains, grows, and circulates wisely under divine order." Old belief, "I missed my chance." New word, "My right opportunities exist in the present and future. I am guided to them now." Repetition is not punishment. It is training. Every correction weakens the old association and strengthens the new one. Be patient with yourself. A lifetime of fear does not need to vanish in one night for meaningful change to begin. Gratitude before evidence. It is easy to feel grateful after the answer arrives. Spiritual gratitude begins earlier. You give thanks, not because you can already explain the solution, but because you trust that wisdom, strength, and guidance are available. This gratitude is not theatrical excitement. It may be quiet. Thank you for the courage to look at this honestly. Thank you for the idea that came today. Thank you for protecting me from an unwise decision. Thank you for the small opening. Thank you for peace while the larger answer develops. Gratitude before evidence changes, waiting from emptiness into expectancy. It prevents delay from becoming spiritual abandonment. Sigh. I give thanks that divine order is active now. I give thanks for visible and invisible support. I give thanks for every lesson, correction, and opening. I give thanks that my path becomes clearer each day. You need not force gratitude for painful circumstances themselves. Give thanks for the wisdom that carries you through them and the good that can emerge beyond them. The 90-day practice. If this teaching speaks to you, choose a period of consistency. 90 days can become a powerful container for new consciousness, not because 90 is a magical number, but because meaningful habits require time. For 90 days, speak the same central declaration before sleep. If you naturally awaken during the night, repeat it gently. Begin the morning with words of divine order. Take at least one practical action each day. Correct destructive speech when you notice it. Record signs of progress, including internal changes. Do not obsessively measure results. At the end of each week, ask, what became clearer? What action did I take? What fear lost some of its authority? What opportunity appeared? What must I now place in order? This creates evidence of movement that might otherwise be overlooked. Your 90-day declaration may be, I live under divine order. My perfect supply flows through honorable channels. My gifts are richly rewarded. Every obligation is met, and I use all good wisely. I give thanks. Write it somewhere visible. Keep it simple. Let repetition deepen it. If you miss a night, do not declare failure. Continue the next night. Consistency is strengthened by returning, not by punishing yourself. The difference between a sign and a distraction. When people begin expecting good, they sometimes interpret every event as a sign. Discernment remains important. A genuine opportunity can withstand reasonable examination. A deceptive promise often demands urgency, secrecy, or the abandonment of judgment. Be cautious of anything that says, act immediately or lose everything. Guaranteed wealth with no risk. Give money you cannot afford to lose. Ignore professional advice. Do not ask questions. Spiritual confidence is not gullibility. Divine supply does not require you to surrender common sense. Before making a major financial decision, gather information, read the terms, seek qualified guidance, allow excitement to settle before committing. Your affirmation is not a promise that every offer will prosper. It is a declaration that you will be guided toward what is right and protected from what is not. Sigh. I am open, but I am discerning. I welcome opportunity, but I investigate wisely. Divine intelligence protects me from deception, haste, and confusion. What is right becomes clear. What is false reveals itself and falls away. The prosperity of peace. There is a level of abundance deeper than possession. It is the ability to remain inwardly secure while circumstances move. Money can increase and decrease. Markets change. Positions begin and end. Plans develop in unexpected directions. If your peace depends entirely upon conditions remaining unchanged, fear will always stand nearby. But when peace is rooted in connection with divine intelligence, you develop flexibility. You can respond. You can learn. You can rebuild. You can receive again. This inner security is not indifference toward money. It is freedom from worshiping it. Sigh. My security is in the divine source. Resources may change, but guidance remains. Conditions may move, but wisdom remains. Doors may close, but infinite supply remains. I carry the consciousness of prosperity wherever I go. The person who possesses this peace is never truly empty. Even in difficulty, they retain the ability to see, choose, create, and begin again. That is wealth no external event can completely remove. The next quiet hour, night continues around you. Your body may be deep in sleep now, receiving these words without effort. The original declaration remains within you. Divine order governs my financial life. Perfect supply reaches me through perfect channels. Every obligation is met under grace. My gifts are valued. My work is blessed. I receive with gratitude. I act with wisdom. Let the words become like a gentle rhythm beneath the mind. There is nothing to chase, nothing to prove, nothing to force. Tomorrow will bring practical responsibilities, but this moment belongs to rest. You are releasing the belief that exhaustion is required for success. Rest is not laziness. A rested mind recognizes opportunities an exhausted mind overlooks. A peaceful body supports clearer judgment. A quiet spirit hears guidance more easily. Therefore, sleep without guilt. You are not falling behind while you rest. You are restoring the instrument through which your work, creativity, and service must flow. Say softly, "Rest prepares me for right action. Peace increases my clarity. My body is safe to relax. Divine intelligence continues working while I sleep. The right ideas return to me at the right time." Now let every sentence dissolve into stillness. Your only task is to receive the night when you wake again. If you awaken later, do not wonder whether you performed the practice correctly. There is no spiritual prize for forcing yourself awake at an exact minute. The wealth hour is not a test of endurance. Its purpose is to use stillness as a place of alignment. Whether you speak the declaration at 3 in the morning, before sleep, or at the first quiet moment after waking, let it be spoken with peace. The clock does not possess your power. The consciousness you bring to the moment is what matters. Whisper, "I am aligned with divine supply. I am guided to right action. My good reaches me in a safe, honest, and harmonious way." Then return to rest. No strain, no counting, no anxious expectation. The practice is complete each time you speak and release. You are becoming the person who can receive. The deepest purpose of this meditation is not merely to bring one sum of money. It is to form a consciousness capable of receiving, managing, and circulating good throughout life. A windfall may solve a temporary problem. A transformed inner pattern can change how you meet every future problem and opportunity. You are becoming someone who speaks carefully, listens inwardly, acts responsibly, recognizes opportunity, releases resentment, blesses the success of others, receives without guilt, gives without fear, plans without panic, persists without strain, rests without shame. This is prosperity embodied. When these qualities become natural, abundance is no longer an isolated event. It becomes part of the order through which you live. Sigh. I am becoming a clear and trustworthy channel for abundant good. My consciousness is peaceful, my actions are wise, and my heart is generous. I receive more because I am prepared to direct more. Divine order is established within me and expressed through me. The promise you make to yourself. Before this section closes, make one quiet promise. Not a promise that you will never doubt. Not a promise that every day will be easy. Not a promise that every desire will appear immediately. Promise that you will no longer use fear as your only advisor. Promise that you will pause before speaking defeat. Promise that you will seek the next right action rather than demanding the entire road. Promise that when you fall into an old pattern, you will return without condemning yourself. Sigh. I remain faithful to the word of peace. I return to divine order whenever fear distracts me. I honor guidance with action. I honor abundance with wise stewardship. I honor myself by refusing to speak permanent limitation over a temporary condition. This promise is enough. Now rest again. The night is still. Your breathing is slow. The old story is losing its hold. You do not have to fight it. You are simply choosing not to repeat it. A new word now lives within you. I am guided. I am supported. I am receptive. I am worthy. I am prepared. I am prosperous in spirit and expression. Divine order now opens my way. Let that be the final thought you carry into deeper sleep. The way is opening. The answer is developing, and you are becoming ready to receive it. The story of Grace and the guilt of receiving. Grace had always believed that goodness required sacrifice. She grew up hearing that money corrupted people, that comfort weakened the soul, and that those who desired prosperity must be selfish. No one said these things as formal laws, but they appeared repeatedly in conversations, sermons, family stories, and attitudes towards successful people. The message entered her subconscious quietly. If you are good, you struggle. If you serve others, you should not ask for much. If you prosper, someone else must have less. Grace chose work devoted to helping people. Her service was sincere and valuable, yet she accepted low compensation, exhausting hours, and responsibilities that should have been shared by several people. She called this humility, but beneath the surface, resentment was growing. She felt guilty for wanting rest and ashamed whenever she imagined a more comfortable life. Even when opportunities appeared, she found reasons to refuse them. Then one night, she asked herself an honest question. If I had more, would I become less loving, or would I have more strength and resources with which to love? The answer changed her. Grace realized that exhaustion was not holiness. Poverty was not proof of purity. Continual depletion was not the only acceptable form of service. She began speaking a new declaration. I serve from divine overflow. My work is valued, my needs are met, and my prosperity becomes a blessing to others. At first, guilt argued with every word. Who are you to ask for more? What about those who have less? Shouldn't you be grateful for what you already receive? Grace answered gently. Gratitude does not require me to reject growth. My prosperity does not deprive another. I am willing to receive so that I may serve with greater strength. As this new belief became familiar, her choices changed. She applied for a position with an organization that respected her experience and offered better compensation. She began providing private guidance in an area where she had developed unusual skill. She established clearer boundaries around her time. Her income increased, but so did her capacity to help. She supported causes she cared about. She could assist relatives without placing herself in danger. She became more present with the people she served because she was no longer living at the edge of exhaustion. Grace discovered a profound truth. A person does not become generous by remaining empty. Generosity becomes sustainable when it flows from a replenished life. If you have confused struggle with virtue, release that belief tonight. Sigh, it is spiritually safe for me to prosper. I receive abundance without guilt. My wealth does not diminish another person's good. I serve more freely from overflow. Divine supply blesses me and continues through me. The purpose of wealth. Money without purpose can become restless. Some people desire wealth only because they believe a number will silence their fear. Yet fear often moves the finish line. When one amount is reached, the mind demands another. True prosperity becomes more peaceful when it is connected to purpose. Ask yourself, what would greater financial freedom allow me to do? Would it allow you to care for your family, create work that matters, rest and restore your health, support education, travel and broaden your understanding, give to those in genuine need, build something that continues blessing others? Purpose gives direction to abundance. You are not asking merely to accumulate. You are asking to participate more fully in life. This does not mean every dollar must serve a solemn cause. Joy is also part of abundance. Beauty, celebration, comfort, recreation, and pleasure can be rightful expressions of good when held in balance. You are allowed to enjoy what you receive. The rose does not apologize for its fragrance. The sunrise does not hide its color. Life expresses beauty freely. Let prosperity become a servant of love, freedom, creativity, and right action. Declare, my wealth has a divine and harmonious purpose. I receive so that I may live, create, give, and serve more fully. I enjoy good without guilt and share it without fear. Every resource in my care is directed by wisdom. Do not ask money to heal what requires love. Money can solve many practical problems. It can provide shelter, food, education, medical care, transportation, time, and choice. It can reduce unnecessary pressure and create opportunities. But money cannot perform every kind of healing. It cannot replace self-respect. It cannot create genuine love. It cannot force peace into a mind that continually attacks itself. It cannot make an unhealthy relationship harmonious. It cannot permanently silence the fear of being unworthy. If you ask money to accomplish what only inner healing can accomplish, no amount will ever feel sufficient. You may reach one goal and still hear the same old voice. You are not enough. You need more before you can rest. Someone else is still ahead. Therefore, as you welcome financial abundance, also welcome emotional and spiritual freedom. Sigh. I do not ask money to prove my worth. I do not ask success to make me lovable. I am whole in divine life now. From this wholeness, I welcome material good as a useful and joyful expression. You may desire more without making more the condition of your self-acceptance. This is the difference between peaceful aspiration and endless hunger, the responsibility of increase. Every increase brings a corresponding invitation to wisdom. More income may require better organization. More customers may require stronger systems. More visibility may require clearer boundaries. More opportunities may require the courage to decline what is not aligned. Do not fear responsibility, but do not romanticize expansion. Ask not only, how can I receive more? Also ask, how can I prepare to direct more wisely? If you desire a larger business, begin establishing order now. If you desire a greater audience, practice serving your present audience with excellence. If you desire higher income, become clear about saving, giving, planning, and investing responsibly. Capacity grows through use. Declare, I am prepared for harmonious increase. Divine wisdom expands my capacity. I manage every new responsibility with order and peace. My prosperity grows at a rate that blesses rather than overwhelms me. The right support appears as expansion requires it. You are not required to know everything alone. Prosperity may include finding people whose expertise complements your own. Seeking help is not failure. It is wisdom recognizing the value of cooperation. The circulation of the gift. There may be a gift within you that has remained unused because you assumed it was too ordinary. Perhaps you explain difficult ideas clearly. Perhaps you create beauty. Perhaps you listen deeply. Perhaps you organize chaos. Perhaps you prepare food, solve technical problems, teach, repair, encourage, design, write, lead, or connect people. What feels ordinary to you may be valuable because it has become natural through years of experience. Do not overlook your gift simply because it does not feel difficult. A musician may hear harmony effortlessly, but that ability can deeply move another person. An organizer may see structure where everyone else sees confusion. A compassionate listener may create the safety in which another person finally discovers a solution. Your prosperity may be connected to a gift you have undervalued. Ask, what do people naturally seek my help with? What kind of work gives me energy rather than only consuming it? What problem can I solve? What have I learned through experience that could shorten another person's path? Do not immediately ask how the gift will produce great wealth. Begin by honoring it, use it, develop it, offer it in a clear and responsible form. Sigh, my divine gifts are valuable and needed. I recognize, develop, and share them wisely. The right people are drawn to the service I can provide. My gifts circulate in blessing and return to me as abundant support. The woman who undervalued her gift. A woman named Clara had spent years helping friends organize their homes. She could enter a crowded room and immediately see where everything belonged. To Clara, this ability seemed insignificant. It is only cleaning, she said. But what she provided was more than cleaning. She created systems that saved people time, reduced stress, and restored peace to their homes. Friends continually told her she should offer the service professionally. Clara laughed at the idea. She believed people would never pay for something that came so easily to her. One night, during a quiet practice, she declared, "Divine intelligence reveals the value hidden in my natural gifts." The following morning, the sentence stayed with her. Instead of asking whether her ability was impressive, she asked whether it was useful. The answer was obvious. Clara offered to organize one room for a small fee. The client was delighted and recommended her to 2 others. She photographed her work, created simple packages, and learned how to communicate the practical benefits of what she provided. Within a year, the work had become a steady source of income. The opportunity had not been hidden from Clara. Its value had been hidden by her own familiarity with the gift. What do you dismiss because it comes naturally? Do not confuse ease with worthlessness. A key is valuable not because it struggles to turn, but because it opens the door. The prosperity of right relationships. No one prospers entirely alone. Even solitary work depends upon relationships, customers, teachers, suppliers, collaborators, readers, listeners, advisors, friends, and countless people whose contributions make your own possible. Right relationships are a form of wealth. A trustworthy partner can save years of difficulty. A sincere recommendation can open an unexpected door. One honest conversation can prevent a costly mistake. Therefore, include relationships in your prosperity declaration. Sigh. I am surrounded by honest, wise, and supportive people. The right collaborators recognize me, and I recognize them. Every partnership is guided by clarity, integrity, and mutual benefit. False connections fall away peacefully. Right relationships enter at the right time. This does not mean every person you meet must become part of your path. Discernment protects prosperity. Pay attention to character. Does the person keep their word? Are expectations stated clearly? Do their actions match their promises? Can questions be asked without manipulation? Does the arrangement respect everyone involved? Do not ignore repeated warning signs because you are afraid of losing an opportunity. An opportunity built upon dishonesty is not divine supply. Peace may guide you away before logic can explain every reason. Honor that pause, releasing the past version of yourself. Perhaps the person you were made decisions you now regret. You may have wasted money, trusted the wrong people, delayed action, or walked away from an opportunity. Regret can become a form of self-punishment. You replay the moment and imagine that your present life would be perfect if you had acted differently. But the past cannot be used again. Its wisdom can. Ask, what has this experience taught me? What boundary do I now understand? What skill must I develop? What pattern will I no longer repeat? Then release the rest. You do not honor the past by carrying permanent shame. You honor it by using its lesson to create a wiser future. Declare, I forgive myself for every financial mistake. I release shame and retain wisdom. The past has no power to prevent my present good. I begin again with clarity, courage, and divine guidance. Your former self made decisions with the awareness available at that time. You possess greater awareness now. Use it. The law of substitution. The mind cannot remain focused on two opposing ideas with equal strength at the same moment. When fear appears, do not spend all your energy trying to push it away. Give the mind a stronger direction. Substitute. For scarcity, substitute supply. For confusion, substitute guidance. For resentment, substitute release. For shame, substitute learning. For desperation, substitute peaceful expectancy. When the thought appears, there will never be enough. Answer. Divine supply has more channels than I can presently see. When the mind says, I have ruined everything. Answer. I have learned and I am guided to rebuild wisely. When it says, no one values my work. Answer. The right people recognize, need, and reward the value I provide. This is not a mental argument that must continue all day. Speak the correction once with authority and turn toward constructive action. The purpose of substitution is to change direction, not to wrestle endlessly with fear. Faithful action without exhaustion. There is a difference between inspired effort and compulsive overwork. Inspired effort may be demanding, but it contains purpose. You know why you are doing the work. Progress renews energy. Compulsive overwork is driven by the fear that stopping will cause everything to collapse. Rest produces guilt. No amount of effort feels sufficient. This state does not honor abundance. It declares that your personal strain is the only force holding life together. Rest is an act of trust when it restores you for right action. You do not need to prove your desire through exhaustion. Sigh. I work with focus and rest with peace. Divine intelligence directs my effort. I release unnecessary struggle. The right action produces more than frantic activity. My life is supported by wisdom, not by anxiety. Ask each day, what work is truly mine? What can be simplified? What can be delegated? What am I doing only because I fear disappointing someone? Prosperity includes the ability to use time wisely. Time is a form of wealth. Do not spend it continually proving that you deserve to exist. The multiplication of good. What you receive can be multiplied through wise use. Knowledge grows when applied. Encouragement grows when shared. Money can grow through saving, careful investment, business, and value creation. A relationship grows through trust and attention. An opportunity grows through preparation. Multiplication is not always immediate. It often begins with stewardship. If you are entrusted with a small audience, serve it well. If you receive a small increase, direct it consciously. If one door opens, enter with excellence. Do not insult the beginning by demanding that it already resemble the final vision. Sigh. I bless and multiply the good entrusted to me. I use every resource with wisdom. Small opportunities expand through faithful service. My prosperity grows steadily, peacefully, and honorably. The principle of multiplication asks, what can this good become if I care for it properly? A single idea may become a body of work. A single relationship may lead to a community. A single wise habit may change the direction of years. Treat the seed as though it contains a forest, because in possibility, it does. The release of urgency. Urgency can be useful in a genuine emergency, but when urgency becomes a permanent state, it damages discernment. Everything feels immediate. Every opportunity must be accepted. Every problem must be solved today. Every delay feels threatening. In this state, the mind cannot distinguish the important from the merely loud. Spiritual poise restores proportion. Sigh. I have time for the right decision. What is truly mine does not require panic. Divine timing and divine action work together. I move promptly when guided and wait peacefully when clarity is incomplete. This does not mean procrastinating. Procrastination avoids clear action. Patience waits for clarity while remaining prepared. Learn the difference. If the next step is known, take it. If the next step is not clear, gather information, become still, and refuse to let fear manufacture a false deadline. The feeling of already being supported. Now allow yourself to imagine not that every external problem has vanished, but that you are fully supported while moving through it. Feel support beneath you like the bed holding your body. You do not have to understand the structure of the bed to rest upon it. In the same way, you do not have to understand every channel of divine supply before allowing yourself to feel supported. Sigh. I am supported while the answer develops. I am supported while I learn. I am supported while I correct. I am supported while I begin again. I am supported even before visible evidence appears. Let the word supported move through your body. Shoulders soften, hands open, breathing deepens. Your mind does not need to stand guard through the entire night. Divine wisdom is awake. You may sleep. The second declaration of the wealth hour. If you are awake enough to hear these words, repeat them gently. There is no need to speak loudly. A whisper filled with peace is enough. My good is not delayed, denied, or lost. Divine order now governs every channel of my supply. I am led to work that values my gifts. I receive money through honest, expected, and unexpected ways. Every obligation is met. Every wise action is revealed. I release fear, guilt, resentment, and struggle. I welcome abundance with gratitude. I use it with wisdom. I circulate it with love. The way is open. Pause now. Let the words settle. Do not repeat them anxiously. One clear declaration is stronger than 1,000 frightened repetitions. You have spoken. Now, release. The deeper meaning of the wealth hour. The wealth hour is ultimately not about the clock. It is about the inner hour when fear becomes quiet enough for truth to be heard. It is the moment when you stop identifying with scarcity and remember your capacity to receive guidance. It is the moment when you cease begging life to rescue you and begin cooperating with divine order. It is the moment when your word, imagination, gratitude, and action begin moving in the same direction. You may experience this hour at 3 in the morning. You may experience it before sleep. You may experience it in prayer at sunrise, during a quiet walk, or in the stillness that follows a difficult decision. Whenever inner noise subsides and faith speaks clearly, the wealth hour has arrived. The real wealth is consciousness aligned with wisdom. From that consciousness, material change becomes possible because you see differently, choose differently, speak differently, and act differently. You recognize channels that fear overlooked. You release arrangements that scarcity told you to tolerate. You value your gifts. You prepare for increase. You receive without guilt. You give without depletion. You become available to a larger order. Sigh. The wealth hour lives within me. I enter it whenever I become still and return to divine truth. My word is creative. My faith opens the way. My gratitude prepares me to receive. My right action gives visible form to inner guidance. Divine order now governs all. The practice of blessing your bills. A bill often arrives carrying more emotional weight than the paper or number itself. It may awaken fear, irritation, shame, or resentment. You may see it as an enemy demanding what you do not have. But a bill usually represents something already received: shelter, electricity, transportation, service, education, care, or another form of value. Before reacting with fear, pause. Bless the service. Bless the people whose labor made it possible. Then place the obligation under divine order. Sigh. I give thanks for the value received. This obligation is met in the right way and at the right time. Divine supply provides the wisdom and resources required. I pay with gratitude, responsibility, and peace. Again, this is not a substitute for practical action. Contact the provider if an arrangement is necessary. Ask about options, review errors, seek advice where appropriate. But do these things after releasing emotional hostility. A calm mind negotiates more clearly than a frightened one. The prosperity of saying no. Every yes has a cost. It uses time, attention, energy, or resources. If you say yes to everything, you may leave no room for the work and relationships that truly belong in your life. Saying no can therefore be an act of prosperity. No to an exploitative agreement. No to work that repeatedly violates your values. No to spending designed only to impress. No to lending from fear when guidance says to establish a boundary. No to commitments that consume the strength needed for your true assignment. A clear no protects the right yes. You do not need to become harsh. Sigh. Thank you for considering me. But this is not the right commitment for me. Or, I am unable to offer that under those terms. Or, I need time to review this before deciding. Divine confidence does not require lengthy apology. Declare, I honor my time, energy, and resources. I say yes with integrity and no without guilt. Clear boundaries protect the circulation of my good. What belongs in my life respects divine order. The prosperity of asking. Some doors remain closed because no one has knocked. You may assume that others should know what you need, recognize your contribution, or offer the opportunity without being asked. But asking can be a form of right action. Ask for information. Ask whether assistance exists. Ask for the introduction. Ask for fair compensation. Ask the customer what they need. Ask a qualified person to explain what you do not understand. The answer may be no. A no does not destroy you. It gives information and redirects your energy. Sigh. I ask clearly, graciously, and without fear. I am free from shame around receiving information, help, or fair exchange. The right requests reach the right people. Every answer guides me forward. You are not begging. You are participating. The quiet confidence of prosperity. True prosperity does not always announce itself loudly. It does not need constant display. It is visible in calm decisions, fulfilled obligations, clear boundaries, generous action, and freedom from unnecessary comparison. A prosperous consciousness can enter a room without proving anything. It knows, I have value. Others have value. There is room for cooperation. I do not need to manipulate. I do not need to diminish another person to expand. What is mine comes through right order. This confidence is magnetic because it is not desperate. People feel the difference between someone who offers value and someone who urgently demands validation. Let your confidence become quiet. Sigh. I do not chase approval. I stand peacefully in the value of my gifts. I attract right opportunities through integrity, preparation, and divine alignment. My presence communicates clarity and trust, returning once more to sleep. Now, dear one, let all effort end. The night has carried you through teachings of faith, receiving, worthiness, order, action, generosity, discernment, and release. You do not need to remember them all. The central message is simple. Your life is not governed by fear unless you continually surrender authority to fear. You can choose another word. You can place your mind, speech, resources, relationships, work, and future under divine order. You can rest and still be responsible. You can receive and still be humble. You can prosper and still be generous. You can desire more and still appreciate what you have. You can begin again without condemning the person you once were. Let this truth enter deeply. There is more good available than your present circumstances reveal. There is more wisdom within you than yesterday's confusion suggested. There are more channels than the anxious mind can count. There is a next step, and it will become clear. Repeat softly. I speak the word of faith. Divine order now opens my way. I receive my good in peace. I recognize the right channel. I take the right action. I give thanks before the full answer appears. Now sleep. The past is released. The present is blessed. The future is open. You are guided. You are held. You are becoming peaceful enough to receive what has always been seeking a clear channel through you. The morning habit that protects the nightly word. When the morning comes, the mind may try to return immediately to its old position. You may remember your obligations before you remember your declaration. You may reach for the phone before you reach for peace. Within seconds, messages, headlines, comparisons, and demands may fill the space that was quiet only moments before. This is why the first few minutes of the morning matter. You do not need an elaborate ritual. You need a conscious beginning. Before entering the noise of the day, place one hand gently over your heart and say, Divine order goes before me today. I am guided in every decision. I expect good, recognize good, and respond to good. My words, thoughts, and actions are aligned with prosperity. Then ask, what quality do I choose to carry today? Perhaps the answer is peace, perhaps courage, perhaps focus, perhaps patience. Choose one. Let that quality govern the way you answer messages, make purchases, discuss money, and respond to delays. If you choose peace, do not abandon it at the first inconvenience. If you choose courage, take the action you have postponed. If you choose focus, complete what matters before scattering your attention. If you choose patience, allow the answer time to become clear. The nighttime word prepares the soil. The morning choice protects what was planted. A prosperous relationship with time. Many people say they want financial wealth while continually declaring themselves poor in time. I never have enough time. I am always behind. There are not enough hours in the day. These words create an atmosphere of pursuit. life begins to feel like something running away from you. Time cannot be stored like money, but it can be directed with intention. Ask yourself, what receives the first and best portion of my attention? What repeatedly consumes time without creating value, joy, rest, or meaningful connection? What could be simplified? What belongs to me? And what have I accepted merely because I feared saying no? A prosperous relationship with time does not require constant productivity. Rest, reflection, play, and relationships are not wasted hours. They are part of a full life. The issue is unconscious expenditure. Just as money can leak through unnoticed habits, time can disappear through distraction, indecision, and commitments that no longer belong to you. Declare, my time is under divine order. I have sufficient time for everything truly appointed for me. I move calmly. Complete what matters and release what is unnecessary. I neither hurry through life nor postpone my right action. The right task receives the right attention at the right time. When you stop saying, I have no time, you begin asking a more useful question. What am I choosing to do with the time available? This returns authority to you, the prosperity of attention. Your attention is one of your most valuable resources. Whatever repeatedly receives your attention becomes more influential in your consciousness. If you spend hours watching other people's success while neglecting your own work, comparison grows. If you repeatedly study frightening predictions, fear grows. If you examine every possible failure without giving equal attention to solutions, helplessness grows. Attention is not neutral. It waters what it rests upon. This does not mean ignoring difficult realities. Awareness is necessary for wise action. But there is a difference between becoming informed and becoming consumed. Ask, is this information helping me act wisely? Or is it merely feeding anxiety? Is this comparison teaching me something useful? Or is it diminishing my confidence? Is this conversation creating clarity? Or is it repeating defeat? Guard your attention as you would guard money. Do not spend it carelessly. Sigh, my attention is sacred. I direct it toward truth, opportunity, wisdom, and constructive action. I remain informed without becoming controlled by fear. What I consistently contemplate strengthens my faith and clarifies my path. Your attention is the doorway through which ideas enter and habits are reinforced. Choose what you permit to remain, the day you stop waiting for permission. Some people know what they are called to do but wait for someone else to authorize it. They wait for a family member to approve, for an expert to declare them ready, for a perfect sign, for everyone around them to understand. But the people closest to you may not be able to see the vision placed within you. They may love you sincerely and still interpret your new direction through their own fears. Listen respectfully. Consider wise counsel, but do not make another person's comfort the final authority over your purpose. You may begin responsibly without universal approval. Declare, divine intelligence confirms my right direction. I welcome wise counsel but release the need for universal permission. I move with humility, preparation, and courage. What is mine to do becomes clear, and I begin. This does not mean acting recklessly or refusing advice. It means discerning the difference between wisdom and fear disguised as concern. Sometimes the person saying, "Be careful," offers useful information. Sometimes they are simply asking you not to outgrow the identity they recognize. Bless them. Then follow the clearest truth available to you. The man who waited for certainty. Daniel wanted to create a small consulting service based on knowledge gained through 20 years of work. He had experience, contacts, and a genuine ability to solve problems, yet he continually postponed beginning. He believed he needed another qualification, then a better website, then more savings, then complete certainty. Each preparation produced another requirement. Years passed. One evening, Daniel recognized that preparation had become a respectable form of fear. He was not waiting for readiness. He was waiting for the absence of all discomfort. That moment would never come. He began declaring, I am guided to begin wisely with what I know now. Every next step reveals the one after it. The following week, he offered a simple consultation to one former colleague. That first project revealed where his knowledge was strongest and where his service needed refinement. One client became three. Three became a steady stream of referrals. Daniel still learned, improved his materials, and sought additional training. But he did these things while serving, not while hiding. Action gave him information that thought alone could never provide. If you are waiting for perfect certainty, ask, what is the smallest responsible step I can take now? Then take it. The right use of failure. Failure becomes destructive when it is converted into identity. A project fails, and the mind says, I am a failure. An investment performs poorly, and the mind says, I cannot be trusted. A business closes, and the mind says, I will never succeed. But an event is not a person. A result is information. It may reveal inadequate preparation, poor timing, an unclear offer, the wrong market, weak boundaries, or circumstances beyond your control. Learn specifically. Vague shame teaches nothing. Instead of saying, I ruined everything, ask, what exactly did not work? What did I assume without verifying? What must I do differently next time? What was outside my control? What strength did this experience reveal? Then declare, I transform every experience into wisdom. No honest effort is wasted. I am not defined by one outcome. Divine intelligence uses every lesson to prepare a stronger expression. The people you admire have likely experienced rejection, error, and disappointment. Their advantage was not perfect immunity from failure. It was the decision to learn without allowing failure to become a permanent name. You may begin again, more wisely. The prosperity of self-respect. Self-respect affects money in practical ways. When you respect yourself, you are more likely to read an agreement before signing, ask questions, refuse manipulation, name a fair price, leave repeated dishonesty, save for your future, care for your health, choose work that does not continually violate your dignity. Self-respect is not arrogance. It does not claim superiority. It recognizes that your life, time, energy, and gifts deserve responsible care. If you continually abandon yourself to please others, prosperity may enter and immediately be drained through unhealthy patterns. Sigh, I respect the divine life within me. I make decisions that honor my dignity and future. I do not purchase approval with money, time, or self-abandonment. My boundaries are clear, loving, and strong. Self-respect creates a container in which abundance can remain. Releasing family patterns of scarcity. Financial beliefs are often carried through generations. Perhaps you heard, money does not grow on trees. Rich people cannot be trusted. We always struggle. People in this family never get ahead. You must work yourself sick to survive. These phrases may have been spoken with good intentions. They may have reflected genuine hardship experienced by those before you. Honor their endurance. But you do not have to inherit their limitations as permanent law. You may say, I bless my family and honor all they survived. I release every inherited belief in inevitable scarcity. The struggle ends in my consciousness. Wisdom, stability, generosity, and divine supply now establish a new pattern through me. This declaration does not condemn your family. It frees the future while respecting the past. You are allowed to live differently. Your prosperity can become part of the healing of those who come after you. Children who see money discussed calmly may develop greater wisdom. Family members who witness you establishing healthy boundaries may discover permission to do the same. One changed consciousness can influence an entire line. The fear of outgrowing others. Prosperity may change your environment. You may develop new interests, relationships, habits, and responsibilities. This can awaken fear that growth will separate you from people you love. So part of you may remain small to preserve belonging. But true love does not require permanent limitation. You can grow without becoming contemptuous. You can remain grateful for your roots while moving beyond old conditions. You can invite others forward without demanding that they follow. Some relationships will adapt, some may become more distant. This can be painful, but shrinking yourself cannot guarantee connection. It only guarantees inner conflict. Declare, my growth is guided by love. I do not diminish myself to preserve false harmony. Every true relationship finds its right form. I bless those who walk with me and those whose path moves elsewhere. Prosperity strengthens what is genuine and reveals what depends upon your limitation. Let revelation occur without bitterness. The power of a clean agreement. Confusion around money often begins where agreements are vague. One person assumes, another person expects. Neither speaks clearly. Then, resentment appears. Prosperity prefers clarity. Before entering an agreement, ask, what is being provided? What is the cost? When is payment due? What happens if circumstances change? What responsibilities belong to each person? Put important terms in writing. This is not a lack of trust. It protects trust by reducing misunderstanding. Declare, every agreement in my life is clear, fair, and harmonious. I communicate expectations before resentment can grow. I understand what I accept. All parties are respected, and divine wisdom governs the exchange. Spirituality does not require carelessness. Clear agreements are practical expressions of divine order. The quiet wealth of contentment. Contentment is not the absence of ambition. It is freedom from the belief that life cannot begin until you possess more. You can desire growth and still inhabit the present. You can build toward a larger home while blessing the shelter you have. You can seek greater income while enjoying today's meal. You can work toward success without postponing every form of joy. Contentment says, this moment contains good, even though the journey continues. Without contentment, prosperity becomes an endless horizon. You reach one goal and immediately feel poor beside the next. With contentment, every increase becomes an addition to an already living life. Declare, I am grateful now and receptive to more. I do not postpone peace. I enjoy present good while welcoming continued expansion. My ambition is peaceful, purposeful, and free from desperation. Contentment allows wealth to be enjoyed rather than merely counted. The discipline of not complaining. Complaining can become a social habit. People connect by repeating what is wrong. Prices, work, customers, employers, opportunities, and other people's success. For a time, complaint may provide emotional release, but continual complaint trains attention toward powerlessness. Try a short experiment. For 7 days, refuse to repeat a financial complaint unless you are speaking to someone who can help solve the issue. If a charge is wrong, contact the company. If compensation is unfair, prepare for a constructive conversation. If a system needs improvement, take the appropriate step. But do not rehearse the problem endlessly for people who can only help you strengthen the frustration. Replace complaint with one of 3 things: a request, an action, a declaration. Sigh. I speak to create clarity, not merely to multiply frustration. My words point towards solutions. I express concerns wisely and release useless complaint. This practice conserves emotional energy. The prosperity of preparation. Faith is not an excuse to remain unprepared. If you ask for an opportunity to speak, prepare your message. If you ask for more customers, prepare to serve them. If you ask for employment, organize your experience clearly. If you ask for investment, understand the responsibility involved. Preparation is evidence that you are making room for what you claim to welcome. A guest may be invited, but the host still prepares the room. Sigh. I prepare peacefully for the good I expect. My readiness and divine timing meet perfectly. I do not prepare from fear. I prepare from respect. When the door opens, I am able to enter. Do not wait until the opportunity arrives before beginning everything. Do today what today allows. The miracle of correct perception. Sometimes the miracle is not that a new object appears. It is that you see an existing condition differently. A skill becomes valuable. A contact becomes relevant. A room becomes a workplace. A past experience becomes preparation. A problem becomes a service you can help others solve. Fear looks at life and sees closed material. Divine perception sees possibilities of transformation. Ask, what good may already be present in an unrecognized form? What resource have I overlooked? What experience could be converted into value? What relationship deserves renewed attention? What unfinished idea still carries life? Declare, my eyes are open to hidden good. Divine intelligence reveals value where fear saw only limitation. I recognize what is ready to be used, developed, released, or transformed. A change in perception can become the beginning of a change in circumstance. The word at the moment of fear. There will be moments when fear arrives suddenly. Perhaps you see an unexpected number, receive difficult news, hear that a source of income may change. In that first moment, do not make a permanent declaration. Do not say, "This will destroy me." Instead, say, "I refuse to predict the end from the beginning. I am still guided. I am still supported. The next right step will be revealed." Then breathe before responding. Fear wants immediate speech because spoken panic makes the condition feel final. Silence creates room for wisdom. You are allowed to say, "I need time to consider this." You do not have to answer every demand while emotionally flooded. Your first spiritual responsibility is to return to clarity. When your answer helps someone else, your prosperity is rarely isolated. The work you create may employ another person. The service you develop may solve someone's problem. The money you circulate may support a family, business, or community. The wisdom gained through difficulty may guide someone who is still in the middle of it. This is why your desire for abundance need not be selfish. Your good can become part of another person's answered prayer. Sigh, my prosperity carries blessing beyond me. The good I receive creates value, relief, opportunity, and joy. I am willing to become a generous channel. Divine supply moves through me without depletion or fear. Do not use service as another reason to ignore your own needs. You are included among those your prosperity is meant to bless. The channel must also be sustained. The third declaration, in the night. If you are resting deeply, let these words enter gently. If you are awake, whisper them without lifting yourself from peace. I am one with infinite supply. Divine wisdom directs my thoughts. Divine order directs my actions. My perfect work seeks me as I seek it. The right people recognize my gifts. Money comes to me through honest, harmonious, and unexpected channels. I retain it wisely. I circulate it joyfully. Every obligation is resolved in the right way. I am free from the language of scarcity. I am safe in prosperity. I am prepared for increase. I give thanks that the way is open. Now pause. The declaration is complete. Let sleep receive you again. The invisible reorganization. While you rest, the problems of your life do not magically disappear, yet rest can change the consciousness with which you meet them. A rested mind may discover a solution that fatigue concealed. A quieter emotional state may allow you to have a conversation without defensiveness. A renewed imagination may connect ideas that previously appeared unrelated. This is the invisible reorganization taking place within you. Tomorrow, you may call it an idea, a realization, a change of heart, a moment of courage. But these quiet movements can alter the direction of your life. Do not underestimate them. The outer result often begins as an inner adjustment, too subtle to attract attention. Sigh. My mind is renewed in rest. Useful ideas arise at the right time. I remember what I need to remember. I recognize what I need to recognize. Divine intelligence orders my inner world and guides my outer action. The law of return. Whatever you give to life returns in consequences, habits, relationships, and influence. This does not mean every gift returns immediately or through the same person. Life is larger than direct exchange. Give excellence to your work. Give honesty to agreements. Give respect to those you serve. Give attention to what matters. Give gratitude to every form of good. These qualities create a foundation upon which prosperity can grow, but do not give from manipulation. If you help someone while secretly demanding a specific reward, disappointment may turn generosity into resentment. Give because the action is right. Receive because circulation is right. Declare, I give freely under divine guidance. I receive freely under divine order. Nothing is forced. Nothing is manipulated. Good circulates through perfect channels and returns in perfect ways. The inner treasury. There is a treasury within you that no external event can empty. It contains imagination, experience, adaptability, faith, intuition, the capacity to learn, the ability to begin again, the power to speak a new word. You may temporarily lose a possession and still retain the consciousness capable of creating, receiving, and rebuilding. This does not make material loss painless, but it means loss does not possess the final authority. Your deepest wealth is the connection with divine intelligence from which renewed expression can emerge. Sigh, my inner treasury is full. Wisdom, courage, creativity, and faith are alive within me. No temporary condition can separate me from the source. I carry the seed of renewed prosperity wherever I go. You are not starting from nothing. You are starting from everything you have learned and everything divine intelligence can still reveal. The end of self-punishment. Some people unconsciously use financial struggle as punishment. They believe they must suffer because of an old decision, a failed relationship, a missed opportunity, or a period when they did not act responsibly. They may say they want freedom, while inwardly believing they do not deserve it. But punishment does not create wisdom. Conscious correction does. You can make amends where possible. You can repay what is owed. You can change habits. You can speak honestly. You can accept consequences without making suffering your permanent identity. Declare, I release the need to punish myself. I accept responsibility without condemnation. Every mistake becomes wisdom. I am free to create a new financial future under divine order. Forgiveness does not erase responsibility. It removes the emotional chains that prevent responsibility from becoming constructive. The courage to change direction. Persistence is valuable, but persistence without discernment can become attachment. There are moments when the prosperous action is not to continue pushing. It is to change direction. A business model may no longer work. A service may need refinement. A partnership may have completed its purpose. A goal may have been inherited from someone else rather than chosen by your soul. Ask honestly, am I continuing because this path remains right, or because I am afraid to admit that it has changed? Changing direction does not mean the previous effort was wasted. Every road teaches something. Take the knowledge with you. Declare, I am faithful to divine purpose, not rigidly attached to one method. I recognize when to persist and when to pivot. Changing direction under guidance is progress. My experience follows me and serves the next expression, the quiet joy of enough. Before abundance can expand peacefully, the nervous system may need to experience the safety of enough. Enough for this breath, enough for this moment, enough support to take the next step. The word enough does not limit future prosperity. It interrupts the panic that says complete disaster is occurring now. Sigh, in this moment, I have enough breath, enough awareness, enough courage for the next step, enough guidance for today. Tomorrow's provision will meet tomorrow's path. From the calm of enough, you can welcome more without desperation. Enough is the ground. Overflow is the expansion. The prosperity of truthfulness. Dishonesty creates hidden debt. A false promise must be remembered. An unclear claim must be defended. An exaggeration creates fear of discovery. True prosperity rests upon truth. Speak accurately about what you offer. Do not promise results you cannot control. Do not conceal important terms. Do not imitate another person's work and call it your own. Integrity may appear slower in the beginning, but it creates trust that can sustain long-term growth. Declare, my prosperity is established in truth. I neither deceive nor permit myself to be deceived. My word is reliable. The right people trust me because my actions and promises agree. What is built honestly carries peace. The energy of your environment. Your surroundings influence consciousness. A completely perfect home is not necessary for prosperity, but intentional order can support clarity. Choose one small area connected with money or work. Organize your desk. Gather financial documents. Remove broken objects that continually remind you of neglect. Create a peaceful place for planning. Keep your declaration where you can see it. This is not superstition. It is a practical message to the mind. I am making room for order. You need not purchase expensive objects to create this atmosphere. Cleanliness, simplicity, and care can transform a space. Sigh. My environment supports peace, creativity, and wise action. I release unnecessary clutter. Everything useful has a place. My outer order reflects and strengthens my inner order. The practice of daily evidence. Fear keeps a detailed record of everything that goes wrong. Faith must learn to notice what is also going right. At the end of each day, record 3 forms of evidence. One thing that supported you, one wise action you took, one sign of progress, however small. Perhaps someone answered your question. Perhaps you avoided an unnecessary purchase. Perhaps you completed a task. Perhaps you spoke more confidently. Perhaps a helpful idea arrived. This is not an attempt to manufacture miracles. It is a discipline of balanced perception. Your life contains more than the problem. Declare, I recognize evidence of divine order each day. My attention is trained to see progress, support, and possibility. Gratitude makes me observant. I neither exaggerate difficulty nor overlook good. When the answer is different from the request, sometimes you ask for one thing and receive another. You ask for a particular position but discover a new vocation. You ask for one relationship to continue and find freedom through its ending. You ask for more income and receive guidance to simplify your life before expansion begins. The different answer may initially feel like disappointment. Do not call it wrong too quickly. Ask, what quality was I truly seeking? Security? Recognition? Freedom? Purpose? Belonging? The divine answer may fulfill the essence more completely than the form you requested. Declare, I welcome my desire or its perfect divine equivalent. I release limited forms. The answer that arrives blesses me more deeply than fear could plan. I recognize its value in the right time, the last hours of the night. The night is moving quietly toward morning. You may be deeply asleep now. Let these words become softer, slower, and farther apart. Nothing is required from you. No decision must be made. No problem must be solved. You have placed your life beneath a larger order. The body rests. The mind receives. The heart releases. Your declaration remains. Divine order now governs my life. My perfect supply flows through perfect channels. I am guided. I am worthy. I am prepared. I receive in peace. Let each word drift away. Guided, worthy, prepared, peaceful, provided for. The identity of abundance. There is a difference between saying, I want abundance, and becoming a person who lives from abundant consciousness. Wanting keeps attention fixed upon absence. Embodiment asks, how would a peaceful, prosperous person speak in this moment? How would they care for this resource? How would they respond to this delay? How would they communicate their value? How would they prepare? You do not need to imitate extravagance or spend money you do not have. Prosperous identity is expressed through order, gratitude, dignity, generosity, and trust. Act from the qualities now. Sigh, I do not wait for money before becoming orderly. I do not wait for success before respecting myself. I do not wait for abundance before practicing gratitude. I embody the consciousness capable of receiving my good. The outer form will have an inner home when it arrives. The final night declaration. If you can hear these words, repeat them inwardly one final time. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. I release fear concerning money. I release shame concerning the past. I release attachment to one person, place, or channel. Infinite intelligence knows the perfect path. My work is blessed. My gifts are valuable. The right people recognize me. Every honest opportunity appointed for me comes forward. Every obligation is met under grace. I receive wisely. I manage responsibly. I give joyfully. I rest peacefully. My prosperity blesses my life and the lives of others. I am guided in every action. I am protected from haste, confusion, and deception. I recognize the right door. I have the courage to enter it. The way is clear. The time is right. The good is ready. And I am ready to receive. Thank you. It is done under grace and in a perfect way. Rest in the completed word. Now become still. The declaration needs no explanation. Silence is its seal. You have released the need to force the answer. You have released the belief that struggle is your permanent destiny. You have remembered that prosperity is more than possession. It is peace, wisdom, right relationships, meaningful work, responsible resources, and the freedom to give. You have remembered that your spoken word shapes the direction of attention, that faith prepares the way, that gratitude recognizes good, that intuition reveals the next step, that right action gives visible expression to inner conviction, that divine order can work through ordinary channels and unexpected ones. Tonight, you have not begged from fear. You have aligned with truth. You have not demanded that life obey one narrow picture. You have opened yourself to the right answer. You have not denied practical responsibility. You have placed responsibility under wisdom. Let this understanding settle below thought. Nothing more must be remembered. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep in peace. The dawn of a new inner order. Soon, morning light will begin touching the world. The darkness will not fight it. It will simply give way. Let your old consciousness give way in the same manner. You do not need to battle every old thought. Bring light. When scarcity speaks, bring the light of divine supply. When shame speaks, bring the light of forgiveness. When confusion speaks, bring the light of guidance. When desperation speaks, bring the light of peace. When delay speaks, bring the light of faithful preparation. Darkness is not removed by argument. It disappears in the presence of illumination. You are becoming luminous in thought, clear in speech, and steady in action. Tomorrow may look outwardly similar at first. The same room, the same responsibilities, the same numbers, but you will not meet them from exactly the same consciousness. That is where transformation begins. A different word, a different expectation, a different response, a different step, and eventually, a different experience. A blessing for the listener. May your mind be freed from the tyranny of fear. May your words become instruments of peace rather than predictions of defeat. May every hidden belief in unworthiness rise into the light and dissolve. May you recognize your gifts and offer them with confidence. May the right people find you. May false channels close without harming you. May honest opportunities open clearly. May every obligation be met through wisdom, courage, cooperation, and abundant supply. May your home become a place of peace. May your work become a channel of value. May your resources be protected and directed well. May your prosperity allow you to rest, create, serve, and give. May you never again confuse exhaustion with worthiness. May you never again believe that one closed door can imprison infinite good. May divine order govern your timing, choices, relationships, and actions. And may you awaken with the quiet certainty that the way is being made clear. The declaration to carry into the day. When you awaken, carry this sentence with you. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. Write it if you wish. Place it where your eyes will meet it. Speak it before beginning your work. Speak it when fear attempts to predict the future. Speak it before a difficult conversation. Speak it before taking the next wise step. Not as an empty formula, not as a desperate attempt to control life. Speak it as a reminder of who directs your consciousness. You may also declare, "My words are filled with power and peace. My mind is receptive to divine guidance. My work is blessed and richly rewarded. Every right channel is now open. I receive my good with gratitude. I use it wisely and circulate it in blessing. The way is made clear before me." The invitation. When this meditation ends, do not rush to judge whether something happened. Let your life answer through the coming days. Notice the ideas. Notice the decisions. Notice the doors. Notice your changing language. Notice where fear once controlled you and now finds less agreement. Continue the practice peacefully. And if this declaration has become your own, leave these words as your public agreement. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. Let the comment be more than a sentence. Let it represent your decision to stop speaking permanent defeat over temporary circumstances. Let it mark the night when you chose trust over panic, clarity over confusion, and right action over helplessness. You are not claiming that every problem has already vanished. You are declaring that fear no longer holds exclusive authority over what comes next. The closing word. Dear one, the source of your good is not asleep. Divine intelligence is not confused. Your past has not exhausted the possibilities of your future. There remain doors you have not seen, ideas you have not received, people you have not met, and abilities within you that have not yet reached their full expression. Do not imprison tomorrow inside yesterday's evidence. Speak with faith, listen in silence, act with wisdom, receive with gratitude, give with love, rest in divine order. The hour is quiet, the word has been spoken, the seed is alive, the way is opening. Your good is moving through the channels appointed for it, and you are becoming peaceful, clear, and ready enough to receive. Now rest. Let the night hold you. Let peace cover every question. Let gratitude become your final thought. Divine order is working. Divine supply is flowing. The right way is revealed, and all is well. The first light of morning, the darkest part of the night is passing now. Soon, the first light will begin to touch the edges of the sky. The world will awaken gradually. Streets will fill. Messages will arrive. Responsibilities will return. The outer world will once again ask for your attention. But before that happens, remain here for one final moment. Notice the stillness. Notice how little effort is required to breathe. Notice that life continues supporting you even while you sleep. Your heart has continued beating. Your body has continued restoring itself. The earth has continued turning toward the morning. You did not have to command these processes. A wisdom beyond conscious effort carried them forward. Let this become a symbol of your financial and practical life. You are responsible for your choices, words, and actions, but you are not responsible for controlling every movement of the universe. There are people making decisions you cannot see. Circumstances are changing beyond your awareness. Ideas are forming. Connections are developing. Possibilities are moving closer to visibility. Your work is to remain aligned. Speak the word. Listen for guidance. Take the right step. Then release what does not belong to you. Sigh. As morning light returns, clarity returns to me. I awaken with renewed faith. I recognize today's opportunities. I release yesterday's fear. Divine order goes before me and prepares the way. Do not carry the whole future into today. The future is too large to be carried all at once. When the mind attempts to solve an entire month, year, or lifetime in one morning, it becomes overwhelmed. It imagines every possible expense, obstacle, and disappointment before any of them have occurred. This is not preparation. It is emotional overloading. Today contains enough responsibility for today. Ask, what can I do now? What conversation belongs to this day? What task can be completed? What decision is ready? What requires more information before action? Do not demand an answer that has not yet reached its season. The next step may be small, but small right actions possess greater power than grand anxious intentions. You do not cross a bridge in one leap. You advance one stable section at a time. Declare, I carry only today's appointed responsibility. Tomorrow's guidance will meet tomorrow's need. I am present, capable, and peaceful. The next right step is enough. This does not make your vision smaller. It makes your movement sustainable. The prosperity of consistency. A powerful declaration spoken once can change emotional direction, but a life is usually transformed through consistency. Consistency is not dramatic. It does not always produce immediate excitement. It is the quiet decision to return again and again. Return to the word. Return to gratitude. Return to order. Return to right action. Return after doubt. Return after a difficult day. Return after missing the practice. The person who continues gently often moves farther than the person who begins with great intensity and abandons the path when emotion changes. Do not measure your commitment by how inspired you feel tonight. Measure it by your willingness to return tomorrow. Sigh, I am faithful to the practices that support my good. I do not depend upon temporary emotion. My steady words and actions establish a new pattern. Small, faithful steps produce lasting change. Consistency teaches the subconscious that your new direction is not a temporary experiment. It is becoming your chosen way of living. A new relationship with money. From this night forward, let money become neither your enemy nor your master. Do not fear it. Do not worship it. Do not use it to measure human worth. Do not reject it in the name of spirituality. Let money become a neutral and useful instrument, guided by consciousness. Receive it honestly. Direct it wisely. Save it peacefully. Spend it consciously. Share it joyfully. Invest it carefully. Release it when the right exchange requires it. You may say, whenever money enters your hands, I bless this resource and direct it with wisdom. Whenever money leaves for a rightful purpose, say, I give thanks for the value received, and divine supply continues to flow. Whenever fear arises, say, money is a servant of divine order. It has no power to define or frighten me. This new relationship removes emotional confusion. Money can then perform its practical purpose without carrying the impossible burden of proving your worth, purchasing love, or guaranteeing that nothing will ever change. Your security remains in the source. Your money remains a channel, the release of the old financial story. Perhaps you have repeated the same story for years. You tell people how difficult money has always been, how opportunities passed you by, how your family struggled, how someone betrayed you, how one mistake created years of consequences. The story may be accurate, but continual repetition keeps it emotionally present. You do not need to deny what happened. You need to stop using it as a script for what must happen next. Sigh, that was my experience, but it is not my prophecy. I honor what I survived. I keep the wisdom. I release the expectation of repetition. My financial story now moves in a new direction. When speaking about the past, speak from the position of someone who learned, not someone who remains permanently imprisoned. Instead of saying, I always lose money, say, I experienced losses that taught me to become more discerning. Instead of saying, no one ever helped me, say, I learned great strength, and I am now open to healthy support. Instead of saying, I failed, say, that attempt revealed what I needed to understand before trying again. The words do not change history. They change the meaning through which history influences your future. The richness of divine ideas. A divine idea may be worth more than money already possessed. Money can be spent, but a useful idea can continue producing value. Do not ask only for cash. Ask for insight. Ask for creativity. Ask for the ability to recognize a need and serve it. Ask for the courage to improve an old method. Ask for the wisdom to combine two abilities in a new way. Declare, divine ideas flow freely through my mind. I recognize the ideas appointed for me. I develop them with patience, skill, and right action. My creativity becomes a channel of service and abundant support. Keep a place where ideas can be recorded. Do not assume you will remember later. Some ideas will not be right. Some will require time. Some may simply lead to better ideas. Your responsibility is not to act upon every thought. It is to remain attentive, discern wisely, and develop what continues to carry clarity. The door of service. Prosperity often asks a simple question: whom can you help, and how? Income follows value when value is communicated clearly and reaches the right people. Instead of asking only, "How can I make more money?" ask, "What problem can I help solve? What burden can I lighten? What experience can I improve? What beauty, clarity, comfort, knowledge, or efficiency can I create?" This moves attention from desperate acquisition toward contribution. The world rewards many forms of useful service. You do not have to solve the greatest problem on earth. You need to solve a real problem for a real person in a way they can recognize and receive. Declare, I am guided to the people who need what I can offer. My service is clear, valuable, and easy to understand. I solve the right problems with excellence. Fair and abundant compensation follows harmonious value. Service and prosperity are not enemies. When the exchange is honest, both parties are blessed. The wisdom to choose the right opportunity. As your consciousness expands, more opportunities may appear. Not every opportunity must be accepted. An open door can still lead away from your right path. Before saying yes, become still. Ask, does this opportunity align with my values? Will it use or develop my gifts? Are the terms clear? Does the timing support my well-being? Am I attracted by true guidance or only by fear of missing out? What responsibility accompanies the reward? The most profitable choice today may not be the most prosperous choice over time. A large payment can become expensive if it costs health, integrity, important relationships, or freedom. Divine prosperity includes harmony. Declare, I choose opportunities with wisdom. I am not dazzled by appearances. The right opportunity brings clarity, fair exchange, and peaceful expansion. What is not right loses its attraction and passes away without harm. Discernment protects your supply. The prosperity of trusting yourself again. After mistakes or disappointment, you may stop trusting your own judgment. Every decision becomes frightening. You ask many people for advice, then feel more confused because each person speaks from a different experience. Wise counsel is valuable, but no one else can live your life for you. Rebuild self-trust gradually. Make small decisions consciously. Observe the result. Notice what peace feels like before a right choice. Notice what pressure feels like before an unwise one. Learn your patterns without condemnation. Sigh. Divine intelligence works through my clear and disciplined mind. I trust myself to pause, investigate, and choose wisely. I learn from every result. My judgment grows stronger through honest experience. Self-trust does not mean assuming you can never be wrong. It means knowing that even if a decision produces an unexpected result, you can respond, learn, and choose again. When money arrives, when unexpected provision arrives, pause before immediately spending it. The old pattern may rush to release the money because holding it feels unfamiliar. You may suddenly remember every postponed desire or feel pressure to help everyone. Breathe. Give thanks. Then ask, what is the wisest use of this good? Perhaps part belongs to an obligation, part to savings, part to a meaningful need, part to generosity, part to enjoyment. There is no universal formula for every person, but conscious direction matters. Sigh, I welcome this provision. I do not waste it through excitement or fear. Divine wisdom shows me how to use every portion. This good establishes greater peace, freedom, and blessing. Receiving is only the beginning. Stewardship allows the blessing to create lasting change when money has not yet arrived. If visible provision has not yet appeared, do not turn delay into self-accusation. Do not assume you failed because you felt doubt. Do not assume another person is more spiritual because their result came quickly. Each life contains different conditions, responsibilities, beliefs, resources, and timing. Continue calmly. Review the practical side. Is there an action you have avoided? A skill that needs development? A request that needs to be made? An expense that must be corrected? An attachment to one specific channel? Remain spiritually receptive and practically honest. Sigh. I do not condemn myself during the interval. I remain faithful, observant, and active. If correction is needed, it is revealed without shame. If patience is needed, I possess it. My good develops under divine order. Your worth is not measured by the speed of a manifestation, the blessing of the home. Let your prosperity declaration include your home. May it become a place where fear is not continually repeated. May conversations about money become honest without becoming hostile. May everyone within the home learn that current difficulty can be faced with unity, wisdom, and faith. Declare, divine peace fills this home. Every need is met. Every resource is wisely directed. Every person is guided toward right work and right action. No word of hopelessness governs this household. We speak with faith, cooperate with love, and move under divine order. If you live alone, let the declaration cover you completely. Your home can still become a sanctuary of peace, creativity, and renewal. The blessing of your work. Now bless the work of your hands. Whatever honest work you do, place it under divine order. Sigh. My work is useful. My mind is clear. My hands are skillful. My communication is gracious. The quality of my service attracts the right recognition. Every task teaches, prepares, or rewards me. If your current work is not your final place, bless it as a bridge while you follow guidance forward. If you are searching for work, declare, my right work exists. The people who need my abilities are being connected with me. I am guided to prepare, apply, speak, and act at the right time. If you operate a business, declare, my business solves real problems and serves with excellence. The right customers recognize its value. Every transaction is honest, fair, and mutually beneficial. Income increases as value and service expand. Let your work become a channel of blessing rather than a battlefield against life. The blessing of every channel. Bring to mind the channels through which supply has reached you before. Work, family, customers, unexpected help, a useful idea, a reduced expense, a timely introduction, an opportunity you almost overlooked. Give thanks for each one. Then declare, I bless every past, present, and future channel of my good. I do not cling to any single form. Channels may change, but the source remains unlimited. I release what has completed its purpose. I welcome what divine order now appoints. This frees you from trying to revive a channel whose season has ended. The river does not mourn every bend it leaves behind. It continues toward its destination. The blessing of those who helped you. Remember those who encouraged you when you doubted yourself. Those who shared knowledge. Those who offered work. Those who purchased, recommended, taught, corrected, or supported you. Bless them. Gratitude creates humility without self-diminishment. You did not arrive anywhere entirely alone. Even the person who challenged you may have strengthened an ability you later needed. Sigh. I bless everyone who has contributed to my path. May the good they gave return to them in harmonious ways. I receive their contribution with gratitude. I now become a source of support and opportunity for others. Prosperity becomes beautiful when gratitude remembers the hands through which it traveled. The blessing of those who did not help. Now consider those who could not support you. those who said no, those who failed to understand, those who left. You do not need to pretend their actions caused no pain, but release the belief that their refusal destroyed your destiny. Sigh. I release every person who could not walk with me. I do not carry bitterness into my new season. Their refusal redirected me towards strength, wisdom, and better channels. I bless them and set myself free. Forgiveness is not approval. It is the decision that the past will no longer collect interest from your peace. The final release of fear. Now bring every remaining fear into awareness. One, final. Fear of bills, fear of unemployment, fear of aging, fear of losing security, fear of being overlooked, fear of receiving and then losing, fear of becoming visible, fear of failing again. You do not need to analyze each fear tonight. Simply say, I see you, but I no longer obey you. Fear is a sensation, not a prophecy. Divine intelligence is my guide. Wisdom is my protection. Right action is my response. Peace is my chosen state. Imagine every fear becoming lighter, not because every external question has been answered, but because you no longer believe fear is the only voice available. You have another voice now, the voice of faith, the voice of clarity, the voice of divine order, the final affirmation sequence. Let these affirmations move slowly through your consciousness. I am guided by divine intelligence. My words are filled with power and peace. Divine order now governs every part of my life. I speak only the word of faith, abundance, and right action. The way is made clear before me. My supply comes from the divine source. I welcome honest prosperity. I release fear, guilt, resentment, and limitation. I am worthy of receiving good. I am safe in success. My work is blessed. My gifts are valued. The right opportunities recognize me. The right people cooperate with me. Every obligation is met under grace. Money remains with me and circulates wisely. I save with peace. I spend with wisdom. I give with joy. I receive with gratitude. My prosperity blesses everyone it touches. I trust divine timing. I take inspired action. I recognize the open door. I have the courage to walk through it. I am peaceful. I am prepared. I am receptive. I am supported. I am free. Divine order now opens my way. The seal of gratitude. Now say only, thank you. Thank you for the breath that continues. Thank you for the wisdom that grows. Thank you for every lesson that has become strength. Thank you for every door already opened. Thank you for every unseen movement toward greater order. Thank you for the courage to begin again. Thank you for the ability to speak a new word. Thank you for the peace that does not depend entirely upon appearances. Thank you for provision in expected and unexpected forms. Thank you for the next step, even before it is visible. Gratitude becomes the seal upon your declaration. No desperate repetition is needed now. Thank you is enough. The promise of the new day. When you rise, live as a participant in your answer. Do not merely wait for money to appear. Become available to guidance. Answer the message. Complete the work. Organize the account. Ask the question. Make the offer. Set the boundary. Seek sound advice. Accept the right help. Decline the wrong opportunity. Give thanks for the small beginning. Your spiritual declaration and your practical life must move together. Faith without action can become fantasy. Action without faith can become exhaustion. But faith joined with right action becomes a powerful and peaceful way of living. Declare, my inner word and outer action agree. I do what guidance reveals. I release what guidance removes. I remain faithful while results develop. Every day, divine order becomes more visible in my life. The true miracle. The true miracle is not only that circumstances change. The true miracle is that you change your relationship with circumstances. You no longer collapse before a number. You no longer surrender your future to one refusal. You no longer condemn another person's success. You no longer reject assistance, because receiving feels unsafe. You no longer confuse sacrifice with holiness or exhaustion with worthiness. You no longer speak of yourself as permanently defeated. This inner freedom changes what you see and what you permit. It changes your posture in a negotiation. It changes the opportunities you recognize. It changes what you charge, accept, decline, save, and create. Then outer life begins reflecting the new order. The miracle moves from consciousness into action, and from action into experience. The wealth that cannot be taken, material resources matter, but your deepest wealth remains within. Your ability to think, to imagine, to learn, to forgive, to speak, to create, to begin again, to recognize guidance, to offer value, to love. These forms of wealth cannot be reduced to a bank balance. Even when one external channel changes, the inner treasury remains capable of opening another. Declare, my true wealth is rooted in divine life. I carry creativity, wisdom, courage, and faith within me. External good now reflects this inner abundance. Nothing can separate me from the source of renewal. You are not empty. You are not powerless. You contain seeds that have not yet opened. The quiet command. Now speak with calm authority, not as a beggar, not as someone attempting to overpower life. Speak as one who has accepted a new spiritual direction. Divine order, take command of my financial life. Correct every confused decision. Reveal every right opportunity. Close every deceptive path. Restore wisdom where fear has ruled. Bring my gifts into their perfect expression. Connect me with the people I am meant to serve. Teach me to receive, retain, circulate, and multiply good. Let my prosperity be honest, peaceful, and useful. I accept guidance. I accept correction. I accept abundance. I accept peace. It is done under grace and in a perfect way. The end of the night, the beginning of the practice. This meditation is reaching its completion, but the practice begins when the recording ends. For the next 21 days or 90 days, if you choose the deeper commitment, return to your central declaration. Speak it before sleep. Speak it upon waking. Speak it when fear appears. Then support it with right action. Do not constantly change the words. Let them become familiar. Let them enter your ordinary decisions. Your declaration is, I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. My perfect supply flows through honest and harmonious channels. I receive with gratitude, act with wisdom, and give thanks that it is so. Carry this sentence gently. It is not a burden. It is an anchor. The invitation to declare, if these words have spoken to something within you, make your declaration visible. Write in the comments, I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. Do not write it as a superstition. Do not write it to force an instant result. Write it as an agreement with the new consciousness you have chosen. Let it mean, I will not speak defeat over myself. I will not give fear the final word. I will remain open to guidance. I will take the right action. I will recognize good in expected and unexpected forms. I will trust that my present condition is not my permanent identity. Your declaration becomes a witness to your own decision. Final blessing and closing. Dear listener, may peace now settle over every part of your life. May your mind become clear. May your heart become free from shame. May your words become creative, faithful, and wise. May every closed door that protects you remain closed. May every right door open at the proper time. May dishonest channels fall away before they cause harm. May honorable opportunities recognize you. May your gifts find their right expression. May your work be useful and generously rewarded. May every debt and obligation be met through wisdom, discipline, grace, and sufficient provision. May you receive without guilt. May you give without depletion. May you save without fear. May you spend without carelessness. May money become a peaceful servant of divine order. May your home be blessed. May your family be supported. May your body receive rest. May your imagination become a sanctuary of faith. May gratitude prepare you for every form of good. May intuition guide you toward right action. May patience protect the seed while it grows. May courage move you when the door opens. May discernment protect you from false promises. May your prosperity become a blessing that extends far beyond you. And whenever fear returns, may you remember, fear is not your source. The past is not your master. A temporary condition is not a permanent decree. You remain connected to divine intelligence. You remain capable of learning. You remain capable of choosing again. You remain capable of receiving new good. The darkness of night has carried the seed. The light of morning will reveal the next step. You do not need the entire path. You need only enough light for the step before you. Speak your word with faith. Take that step with courage. Then allow divine order to reveal what comes next. Now breathe deeply. Release the breath slowly. Feel the peace beneath every word. The practice is complete. The declaration has been made. The way is opening. Your mind is receptive. Your heart is grateful. Your actions are guided. Your supply is moving through perfect channels. Rest in this truth. I am guided by divine intelligence. My words are filled with power and peace. Divine order now governs every part of my life. I speak only the word of faith, abundance, and right action. The way is made clear before me. I receive my good with gratitude. I use it wisely. I circulate it with love. And all is well. Rest now. Sleep peacefully. Awaken renewed. Divine order is working. Your new path has begun.